You are listening to Zen and the Art of Triathlon.
Well, hey there, all you tri freaks and geeks, and welcome to another great episode of Zen and the Art of Triathlon, the podcast where we go long on endurance and also mix in a little bit of Zen to see what makes you tick and also to help you become a better person along the way. All right, today's episode, we have two interviews. We have Triathlon Taren, the YouTuber, talking to us about what makes him tick, what powers him to make YouTube videos on a regular basis, how he got started with it, why. I mean, it's really interesting that he runs a media company and he does the whole triathlon media, YouTubing so that he can learn about how to do it better by doing it on himself. It's really smart, really, really cool. And we've become friends. So I'm really excited to bring you that interview. And then also right after that, we have Scott Sambucci. And Scott is one of the competitors in Uberman, and he did the swim. And I think he said about half the bike, some of the bike, and then about 38 miles of the run. And his feet were cut up from the swim. And he had to give in on the run, and we talk about what it was like. And there's a video of him where at the moment where he quit, and it's really cool. And we have a nice moment of enlightenment during that interview where we come to terms with what it's like having to pull the plug on something. But it's not like he pulled the plug on a short 5K or something like that. He swam the Catalina Channel, which is 22 miles, which ends up being like 23, 24 maybe with currents and saltwater with sharks starting at 4 a.m. And he tells us what it was like and what was the scariest part, what it was like trying to start the Badwater 135 run just a few days later. And the whole thing, being a type A triathlete or just being an organized person, what's the difference? And maybe it'll give you some ideas on things that you can do. It's really cool. So I'm very excited to bring you that episode, those interviews, and let's go ahead, though, and get started with the triathlon news. Here we go. Let's see. Biggest news is Jocelyn McCauley got first place at Ironman New Zealand over the weekend, and she's been on the podcast at least once before, maybe twice before, and she's the next generation of triathlete. She won Mallorca, Spain as well, and she's right here from College Station, Texas, and she came and visited me just as she was going pro, and we went for a jog together 2 years ago, and That's exactly the kind of person that we want on the podcast, somebody that's interested in us and comes to us before they get big. And she won, and then I mentioned on Twitter, oh my gosh, check this out, a College Station homegrown girl just won New Zealand, and she tweeted back, "Thanks, can I come on the show and talk about it?" So that's big news is that we're going to have her on the podcast really soon. I think she said she's going to get back in the USA on the 17th, and that would be a good time to interview. And she also said she's going to do Ironman Texas. And there's an interview with her already on I Am Talk podcast, which is a great show. I think about 40, 50 minutes in it starts. So you can check that out. And let's see, this is a big one about overtraining and fatigue. Steph Hansen of Witsup, WITSUP, and WIT is Women in Triathlon, and whatsup.com, I guess. But anyway, she's a big deal. She is the editor-in-chief, the main person behind Witsup, and Witsup covers exclusively women in triathlon, the pro scene almost exclusively, but probably lots of age grouper stuff too. And because of her, I am able, and so many of us are able, to follow the women in triathlon, and she covers them exactly like they're the men. And she'll cover an entire race and maybe mention the men once, if that. And she covers them as if it was the regular media covering the men back before women were involved. And it's really awesome to see what it does to the women's sport. It really gets out there to all the girls, young girls and older women out there that are interested in doing triathlon, that there really are a ton of women kicking ass, back and forth racing and having fun out there doing it. And just exposure for the sport. This whole thing of, trying to get more coverage of the women. She didn't ask and wait and beg to get 50 women into Kona. She just went ahead and started covering the women as if they are the biggest deal in triathlon. And that's actually the way you should do so many things in life. Don't ask for inclusion and then, wait for somebody to invite you. You show up and then act like the way you want it to be, and then people will go, oh, it could be this, huh? Cool. All right, well, let's keep going with it. And that's exactly what she's done. Well, it turns out she was running a lot of this as a one-man show, I think, and she made a blog post recently about how she got adrenal fatigue from training all the time and running a website. It's starting to sound familiar, and working a job. Starting to sound really familiar, because I got adrenal fatigue too a few years back. And like how she knew what it was like, and learning to say no, which is a big thing in Zen. I read some advice the other day. When you're coming up in the world, let's say you're young, and people offer you jobs, this is a good example. Take every opportunity that you can. And then after a while, you have to transition and start saying no, because you won't be able to take better opportunities because you're too involved with your kind of mediocre opportunities, the only ones that you could get when you were young and inexperienced, right? So to keep moving up, at first, say yes to everything. And then at some point, start saying yes only to some things. And then you get to the point where you say no to almost everything once you're full of everything in your schedule and your life, and you've kind of reached a point where you've have some success, and now you can kind of pick and choose. Now you got to get away from saying yes to everything. You got to start saying no to things. And I hear this a lot with celebrities talking about, and not just celebrities, but successful business folks that get hammered all the times with emails, people wanting advice and wanting free coaching, wanting people wanting internships at their jobs, all kinds of stuff. And at first, when somebody's starting to get famous, their claim to fame will be, I answer every email, I reply to every tweet. And then a few years later, you hear them on an interview and they said, yeah, I couldn't do it anymore. It was just too much. I had to start, saying no to every request, every little thing. And because everything's going so well once you become successful, that you start having to curate, is what it's called. You have to curate what your theme is in life, what your scheme. Scheme sounds like you're schemy, but your direction in life, your path in life. You can't be walking 10 different paths at once. You won't get anywhere. In fact, you'll get worse. But you have to start saying no. And she talks about that in her blog post a little bit, about how she had to start turning down. She needed to start learning to say no. And you can't cover every woman's race. You have to delegate authority, for example. You have to get other people to cover it. You got to get more sleep, turn down training opportunities, turn down training camps, turn down race events, all kinds of stuff. I just had to email somebody, and oh my God, it killed me. Had to turn down an opportunity to be at a race because I just can't do it. I need to be around the house right now, and I can't be traveling across the country to go be at a race when we need that money, actually the travel money, to invest in Kai's triathlon. He needs a road bike soon. He's outgrown his last one, so we need to be working on that. And our treadmill's broken. I need to buy a treadmill. And work is stressful right now. So taken away from work, I just feel stress. I'm just like, oh, I can't leave. And we're doing camping and mountain biking. We're doing Boy Scouts, which is camping, and then mountain biking, and then triathlon season's kicking up into gear for Kai. And it's just all too much. It's just all too much. So you got to start saying, no, I can't. I wish I could, but I can't. So really interesting blog post by Steph Hansen, Stef Hansen of witsup.com about doing too much and cutting back. All right, another cool thing, this is gadgety kind of stuff. One of the most important things for recovery is good sleep. And I was getting sick and tired of, on occasion, our bathroom light like shining into my eyes. But I needed a light, but I couldn't find a light that was good. Didn't want a night light that was going to keep me up. I don't want to trip over stuff in the morning because I get up at 4:30 in the morning. And I decided to, I looked up in Google, what is the best color for a night light? And it turns out amber night light, so kind of like this orange color. Amber night lights do not interfere with your sleep, and they light up the whatever hallway or bathroom that's near your bed, so you get just enough light. You get plenty of light so you can see and not trip over stuff and break your toes banging into things. But you can also, it doesn't wake you up. It's like a pleasant, soft, dark orange glow. And the, sorry, I got a text message. And your sleep just is so nice without having a white night light or, some other color. So it turns out amber. So I went on Amazon and I ordered 2 amber night lights. I think it was 2 for $20 or 2 for $10, and you just plug them into an outlet, and they have a light sensor on them. So if somebody turns on a room light, they turn off. So there's one really close to my bed behind the bedside drawers that are next to my bed, and that causes a glow behind the bed and under the bed. And then in the bathroom, which the doorway to that's like 6 feet from my bed, is we put another one in. And if you turn on the room light or you turn on the bathroom light, they both shut off. So they're only on whenever you need them on. And then when they're on, you can fall right asleep. It's so cool. So I want people to check that out. Let's see, on a more personal note than that, because anybody can use that. I've been experimenting around with ketosis, which is so low carb, your body switches over to using almost entirely body fat for fuel. And it seems to be going pretty well. And I'm still working on it. I do not want to give people advice on something that I'm just learning about, even though I'm having success with it. But in future episodes, I want people, I want to predict that I may possibly be talking about it as I keep cruising along and having fun with it. And at some point, I want to give tips on things that I know absolutely do work, so that people can have some fun with it. For example, I give one small tip: MCT oil, coconut oil, MCT oil. If you want it to mix with your drink, I did some research and figured out you can get it to emulsify. That way it blends with stuff like instantly. You can buy emulsified MCT oil, but you can also buy, the way they emulsify it and then charge 10 extra bucks is to put in a half a teaspoon of soy lecithin, LECITCHIN or something like that. Anyway, and then blend it. And then that makes the oil break apart and then so it emulsifies. It gets mixed in with whatever you mix it with instead of just floating right to the top. And then you're getting a big nasty gulp of MCT oil. It's made from coconuts, by the way, but it's a little unpalatable. So MCT oil is a really good solution to give you energy without carbs from fat instead, from ketones. And so I went to a GNC and bought some soy lecithin, and it turns out it's in capsules. But if you can buy soy lecithin powder and then take your MCT oil and then mix the soy lecithin with it just a tiny little bit with a whole lot of MCT oil, and then all of a sudden your MCT oil is emulsified. And you can save money and do it yourself. That kind of stuff. And yeah, so that's all the personal thing. Oh, I've been being in ketosis. I've figured out some stuff on running pace and workout pace that really helps, which is stress and hormones and cortisol. I guess I'll leave that for an upcoming episode because it's really interesting, but I only recently figured that out, and I'll be working on that some more. So that's enough of the Brett stuff. That needs to be a tagline. That's enough of the Brett stuff. Oh, there was a tweet a lot of times during the training log where, and this episode we got a long training log. I take you with me running for at least half an hour, maybe more. And I mention, all the time, I'm at W to the ERK. I'm at work, so I need to get off the mic. Like I pull up in the parking lot at work. And there's this trick where if you, in Zen, to not let something bother you, you point at it and give it a name, right? And then that way you identify that it's not you. You're not the problem. It's something else is the problem. And that way you have more control over it. You're not fundamentally flawed. It's the other thing. And so the joke goes way, way back to early episodes where we say, I see you, hill, right? So you're going up a hill. You're not struggling. It's the hill that's making you struggle. And that's okay. And be okay with it. And what Buddha did when he was trying to reach enlightenment under the tree, which is a very symbolic moment in Buddhism, the history of Buddhism, is Mara, which is their version of the devil, came and visited him and said, who do you think you are? You can't reach enlightenment. You're not so special, blah, 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 blah. And he said, I don't know if he pointed, but he said, I see you, Mara. And then Mara vanished. And basically, you acknowledge the problem as a problem, but it's not. See, Mara was saying, who do you think you are? You're not good enough to do this. And then, which is like, your problem's internal. You're flawed. You can't do this. And then Buddha turned it around and said, I see you over there, problem. And I'm fine. The problem is the problem outside of me. And you stay over there and I'll be fine. And so we've turned this over time into triathlon, any kind of endurance thing where and in life, you're struggling with something, you say that you see it. And that way you have a little bit of control over it. It's not you that's the problem. It's the thing outside of you that's causing the problem, and it'll pass. When you get over the hill, it'll be gone. There's a downhill after the uphill, right? But another thing is for fun, to misname the thing, kind of like you're bullying it, you're teasing it. So I don't give work. Nobody wants to be at work unless you have a great, great job. But still jobs can kind of suck, even if you love it. But instead of giving work the respect and calling it WORK, I bully it and I tease it. And I show ownership over it, that I'm deciding to show up where it is. It doesn't run my life by misnaming it and misspelling it. And kind of teasing. I made up a nickname for it. I call it WERK. And it just sounds like this dumb, stupid, silly thing that I go do. And I'm in charge, not it, of my life. And so it's W to the ERK is what I always say whenever I pull in the parking lot. Okay, I got to go into W to the ERK. And with this Jocko Willink stuff where he gets up and posts a picture of his watch every morning at 4:30 in the morning, this former Navy SEAL commander, which is really inspirational. I get up at 4:30 as well. It turns out a bunch of people that have their lives together get up at 4:30 in the morning, and that way they can get stuff done. And he, somebody posted on Twitter today. It wasn't waffle bars or bears. That's funny. Who was it? It's Jason Richmond, who's at NotJRich on Twitter, at NotJRich. Posted W.E.R.K. Like periods in between it, WERK, with a picture of his microwave clock. It says 4:33 a.m. And I'm like, this is cool. So I kind of want to start this as as a meme of people posting their pictures. I guess I got to start doing it of a clock, their watch, or whatever, as early as you get up. It doesn't have to be 4:30, right? But just relatively early to show up that you're getting up and getting to work. You are showing up. You're in charge of it. You're calling it WERK because you're in charge. And on Twitter or Instagram, tag me, and also do either WERK or I posted and reply, whoa, I can totally get behind this meme. Hashtag get to work, and spelled work, WERK, all one word, get to work. And yeah, I'd like to see this thing take off. That would be really, really funny, at least for a while. Play around with it, see how it evolves. And let's see, we've got somebody's asking for all kinds of, oh, whoa, holy crap, I need to get on that. All right, I'm going to take care of some ZenTri behind the scenes business while we do this interview with Triathlon Taren up in Canada, eh? What's that about? Can't wait to have him on. And I invited him to come down. If I do my self-supported Ironman in the fall, I usually have people come do it with me down here in Texas in October, November. And maybe he'll come down and do that with me as well. That would be kind of cool. I invited him. We'll see where that goes. He may not be in that kind of mindset just yet. He may not be quite that insane yet. But you never know. All right, here we go with Triathlon Taren.
Welcome to the next level.
Hey, there we go.
There it goes.
Right on. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I've got this. Let's go ahead and start rolling with recording. Is that cool?
Yeah, I got a camera over here. Do you want to say hi to the Triathlon Taren gang?
Am I on video?
You are on video.
Is this going on YouTube? I got the glow going behind me, so I look mystical and halo of knowledge.
Yeah, you look angelic.
I'm also drinking coffee with butter in it.
Oh, really? Have you got into the bulletproof?
Yes, I think it definitely works, but there's levels of works, like how far along your body is, and then also there's levels of experience, and then that can be way off. So it's easy to think it's not working or to mess it up. So with just practice and stuff, you get it.
What I've heard the studies have found is you lose your top end.
Right. Well,
like your last 20%.
You will if you're not fat adapted. You will definitely suffer. And becoming fat adapted takes many weeks to many months. So, yeah, if you took somebody who's not been on the low carb, high fat diet for a long time and then put them in something where, they got to do some hill climbs and stuff, yeah, they're going to get gassed really, really quickly. But I was just listening to an interview with Travis Macy on Trail Runner Nation, and Travis Macy is an ultra runner winner, like he's a elite. He said the reason he switched over to doing fat adapted was he was in like 3rd or 4th place at the Leadville 100. If anybody knows what the Leadville 100 is, that's insane,
Yeah. So he's totally slow.
Yeah. And he faded back to, like 10th or 12th or something like that. And he didn't like that. So he went and did the fat adapted diet. And after 6 months or something like that, he went and got tested. And because they can put a gas mask on you that analyzes your breath. And it can tell you, I've actually had this done a long time ago way before I was all into this stuff. And he had, it'll tell you what percentage of you that you're burning fat versus carbohydrate, right? So like when I had it done many years ago, I was a typical triathlete where I was burning 50-50. And it showed like you're going to run out of carbohydrate stores and, quite a few, like 4 hours in or something like that, maybe 3 hours in, and you are going to need let's say 400 calories, 4 gels an hour, right, to keep up with your burn rate. And that's very common burn rate for the pro athletes. They'll tell you 300 to 400 calories per hour, right?
Yeah.
And the risk is 300 to 400 calories per hour. How much water do you need to drink with that to digest that? It's an insane amount of water, or else you're going to get sick to your stomach trying to eat that amount of gels. That's usually where people start throwing up and all that stuff. So Travis Macy, on his test, he didn't hit the point of where he needed to take in more than like 100, 150 calories per hour, like one gel per hour, until he was going 90% of his threshold.
Really?
Now think about this. In an Ironman, when are you going 90% of your threshold? That is like never. Do what?
Never. So that was after he had become fat adapted?
Yes. Yeah.
Really? Because he was burning that much of his calories from his body stores?
Right. So you can tell you become fat adapted, and I can tell when it's working well for me is one thing, you get less hangry, where like you need something to eat right now. You can actually go a little bit longer, and you're hungry, but you're not starving. And when you do bonk, I was on a longer bike ride yesterday. I was doing 3 hours I was doing 100 calories per hour of maple syrup. And towards the end, the last hour, I started getting started fading a little bit, but the bonk wasn't hard. It was very gentle, like just a slow tapering off of the of excess energy. I was just kind of slowly fading, and didn't feel bad or anything like that. Where usually, if you bonk, let's say you don't eat enough during a long workout, you hit a wall. And
you're
it's
in
a
the
wall.
ditch.
That's why they call it the wall, right? In a marathon, because after about 2-something hours, you run out of glycogen stores, and you can't eat enough sugar to fill you back up at the rate that you're burning, and so you hit the wall hard. And you can change your diet to lessen that bonk and to require fewer calories while going. And I think it's actually probably better for overall health to be less so carb dependent all the time and have your blood sugar up and down and up and down. And then it's also fun to experiment with stuff.
Yeah. It was funny. There was one year, it's probably about 5 or 6 years ago, that my wife sent me to a homeopath. Yeah. And she said, just a good thing to do to clean out your system is do a month on what she called the Candida diet, which is essentially the fat adaptation diet. There's no sugar, no fruit, nothing. Wow. It's basically meat and nuts and seeds. And what would it have been? Probably about 12 or 13 days in, I could start feeling my body get a little achy because I wasn't adapting yet, but I was still training. And I went for about a 2-hour bike ride out in the middle of nowhere, and was by myself. And about an hour and a half in, I was in the ditch.
Yeah.
And I was literally 4 kilometers from the town I was staying in, and I'm in the ditch, and I'm messaging my wife saying, if I don't come home tonight, I am 4 kilometers west of Morden. Please send help. I'll touch base with you in 20 minutes. And I was out. Because I was just not fat adapted. There was no energy system that my body could access at that day 12 period.
Right.
It was incredible.
So there's the biggest problem. Okay. Because I've been studying this stuff for a long time and listening to other podcasts and interviews about this, and you try to glean a little bit of information because there's a lot of hype around things and stuff that doesn't work. Because there's all these paleo and fat adapted programs out there that is not for endurance athletes. They're just talking about people that are desk jockeys and very sedentary.
Yeah.
And they repeatedly say, the triathletes that actually go out and do this stuff need to eat way more carbs than somebody that's not a triathlete when they try this stuff.
Makes a heck of a lot of sense.
Yeah, but it's just much fewer of the simple sugars, and much more, just the slower stuff. And and gosh, there was some there. And then the dehydration is a big problem. Carbs carry a lot of water with them, like apparently in the carbohydrate molecule or something. It's like one molecule of carb, whatever it is, glycogen, and then like 4 parts water or something like that with it. So when somebody goes low carb and they, the first few pounds that they lose is actually water weight. They'll be like, I've been on the low carb diet 1 week and I've lost 4 pounds. You haven't lost 4 pounds. You can ask them.
They've lost water.
And they've peed a lot. You're like, have you peed a lot for a while? And they're like, yeah, I peed a ton, man. It was crazy. I just asked somebody last week about this, and they're like, yeah, that's true. I did. I said, it's all water weight.
Yeah.
So if you go out and exercise and you're dehydrated, you're going to end up in the ditch. Exactly like what you're talking about. My first time I did it down here in Texas, probably in late summer or early fall. So it's 1 billion degrees. And I made it through I did like a 3-hour ride or something like that, and on no fuel, right? Because I thought I knew what I was doing. And then the next day, I started seeing spots in front of my eyes, like the floaters in front of my eyes. And it was really weird, and it was a lot of them. And I just happened to have an eye doctor visit like that week. So it was like a couple days later, I was in at the eye doctor, and I mentioned that, and he said, oh, that's dehydration. The fluid in your eyes, you've lost fluid in your eyes, and then the gunk, the floater parts in your eyes are now more condensed, and you can see them more, and you can see them floating around. It's the fluid inside your retina, because you're dehydrated, is now showing more of that stuff. So that's a lesson to people out there.
Wow. Yeah.
About how dehydrated you can get because you're not carbing enough.
Yeah, it's not. It's something that it's interesting. I think that there's a lot of merit to the trend of ketosis and low carb diets and training on it. Mm-hmm. It's in my experience, you got to be a lot more careful as a triathlete.
Yeah. And it's more like try to do with a little bit less of the simple sugars, and then see how that goes for you. Yeah,
I stopped that day that I ended up in the ditch, said, no, this isn't for me. Something isn't working. I got to reload. Yeah. And the next month I tried it again, but allowed myself the low glycemic index berries and I think the berries are like, I think the GI index is like a 60 or 70. So like a really low blood sugar spike. Allowed myself those, and that was the only, and I got through the entire month without any change in training. But it was a shocker that first try that I did it.
You know what? I remember now what got me going, because I tried it a couple times and just kept failing and failing. But then the last time I tried it, I also happened to not be working out the whole next week. And that's what allowed me to figure it out. I went low carb, super low carb, but I didn't have any working out to do. So I wasn't burning through all those extra carbs. And then I said, oh, okay, so this is possible. And then when I started working out again, I immediately felt that bad, this is too much. And so then, starting from zero, I added back in carbs as needed for my workouts, and then that taught me, oh, okay, so this is about the right amount. And I couldn't tell you how many grams of carbs it is a day, but it's highly variable on how much you're working out that day. Mm-hmm. Yesterday, I rode 3 hours, and then I also rode in the afternoon an hour and change. at this mountain bike thing I was at, and there's another couple there that's all into the high fat, low carb stuff, and they saw me eating a cookie, and they go, you're eating a cookie, what's this? And I go, man, I have burned I don't know how many calories today if I don't eat. And also, if you don't put some carbs in your fluids, they're probably not going to stick as well, and you're going to dehydrate.
Yeah. That's you need carbs to be hydrated, and you need to be hydrated to absorb your carbs too. Like they work together.
Yeah.
And,
that whole Scratch Labs and Osmo thing. Those two companies, adding a little bit of carb, just the tiniest amount of carbs to your water. Because I think they're doing like 50 or 100 calories per hour.
Yeah, that'd be about right. I went and met with the people at Osmo when I was down in San Francisco a couple of years ago, and they explained the whole theory of why they don't go with just electrolytes. And they said, like, you can take a pure electrolyte and it's going to go through you like nothing.
Yeah.
Like, you might as well be taking enough carriers basically to make those electrolytes stick.
Right. Yeah, it's that whole thing where the glycogen molecule carries water with it. So that's a transport mechanism, is a little bit of sugar. Pedialyte doesn't just have electrolytes in it, doesn't it? It doesn't have a little bit of sugar in it, I think
so. Yeah.
We've decided so right now.
Have you ever tried SOS Rehydrate?
No, I don't think so.
So that was started. I don't know when it was started, but the premise behind it is it's like an oral IV. The formulation of it is based kind of off of Pedialyte, or I think it's like missionaries or doctors that will go into third world countries where people are so dehydrated that you can't actually get an IV into them.
Right.
You can't hit a vein. Mm-hmm. And in that case, there's a drink, and it hydrates you something like you absorb 4 times more water than if you drank water.
Right. That goes right along with that number. Yeah, maybe that's my wife is an RN, and she's always talking about people coming in to get IVs and stuff. For whatever reason, they're trying to find a vein on somebody. And if they're dehydrated, they can't find a vein. And if you're hydrated, your veins pop out. And then she checks me after races or during races to see how hydrated I am by looking at you can actually look at somebody's veins and see. If they're skinny enough, you can see their veins that are popping out. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't know that it was that much different just from a race. Well, I guess your races, you're doing days. Yeah, I'm doing like the length of one episode of House of Cards.
Yeah, I'd like to be back on it, but I'm overcoming an injury. But tell me a little bit about your story. Are we interviewing each other, and then we're going to both post it, or what do you want to do?
Oh, well, I thought the plan would be, so I have no audio from you right now. Towards the end, I'll take the headphones off, and once you stop recording and don't need good audio, I'll unplug the headphones, and you can say something to the camera. Uh-huh. But yeah, this was basically entirely for your show. Besides, cool. I'll cut this up into 3 minutes of very intelligent conversation.
That's what we can do nowadays.
But yeah, what can we talk about for you?
So we have Triathlon Taren on here on the world famous ZenTri, and the reason he is on is because he reached out to me like a month ago and asked me to be on one of his videos, and I'm embarrassed to say, I didn't know. I follow audio podcasts like crazy, and I very rarely follow anybody on YouTube. And then Taren you're a YouTube triathlon personality, trainer. Are you a certified coach too?
Not at all.
Not even.
Throw that down real quick. The littlest bit.
But
I barely even play one on the internet.
I went immediately and looked at your channel, and I subscribed after. I think my habit is to look at like 2 videos, because one video can be good and the other one you're just like, oh no. But I saw 2-3 videos in a row that were like, this is awesome, man. I like this guy. Subscribed, and I got to tell you, every day, I think it's every day, I look at I only subscribe to like 5 channels, and I look to see if you've put out something new, and you do. Like, you put out stuff like so often. It's great. And what was really funny is I watched like 3 videos, 3 days worth of videos, and then the very next day you're like, I'm changing the format.
Yeah, just when everyone likes the channel,
Yeah.
I'm going to switch it up on all 8,000 of you.
But tell us a little bit about the format, and I'm going to tell you what I dig about it.
Okay. The format now or the format before?
Both, yeah.
Both?
Yeah.
So the channel started out, would have been almost 2 years ago now. Mm-hmm. And back then I was an investment advisor. I went to business school and then went into banking. Eventually started a small investment practice in Winnipeg. It was enough to pay the bills, but I was never going to be wildly successful at it, because there was always this nagging thought at the back of my mind that, you know what, this isn't me. This isn't my life. I love going out for bike rides, and I love telling jokes and being creative. And I never was able to look at a stock portfolio and go like, whew, that is a really creative portfolio.
How can I add some color to this?
Yeah. So I tried to add some color. I did some marketing with videos and really enjoyed that. So on the side, I said, you know what? I love triathlon. Mm-hmm. Why don't I just make a YouTube channel that is entirely about my passion, has nothing to do with work. So I started it originally it was off of nutrition, because I had just finished a long marathon swim, and I had a heck of a time figuring out the nutrition aspects of that marathon swim. And slowly more ideas started coming out. Right. And then it became about triathlon tips and triathlon races. I started reviewing some of the products, and eventually it just kind of grew into what in early January was somewhere around, I think at that point we had 120 videos out primarily about triathlon tips. Mm-hmm. And then what I was finding at the beginning of, or end of 2016, beginning of 2017 is I felt that there was a wall in between myself and the viewers, and it wasn't personal. It kind of felt like you can see the brick background in behind me if you were on, right. If all the listeners were on Skype. It was me standing in front of the brick background giving tips, and people would receive those tips, but it wasn't conversational. It wasn't sharing my journey. It wasn't sharing the day-to-day isms of triathlon training. Right. Nobody really knew. I don't think anyone really knew if I was a coach, if I was not a coach, if it was for profit, if it was not for profit, like what it was. And I think the dream of everyone is to prove our parents wrong and be able to play for a living. Yeah. So I want to grow the YouTube channel as big as it possibly can be. And I wanted to do that in a really heartfelt, authentic way. And just doing more and more tips upon tips wasn't as authentic as committing to doing a daily video every single day that has a little bit of tips, but is also about my journey as a triathlete. Yeah. So now and I say we because I now own I sold off my investment practice, started a social media advertising agency based off of what I learned doing Triathlon Taren. The team that I have working with me, they all pitch in to help with Triathlon Taren with the shooting and the editing and the graphics. We decided to February 1st, 2017, go every single day. And whatever Taren's triathlon training is that day, that's what the video is about.
Yeah. I like it, man. I like it a lot. But what,
Yeah.
it's exactly how ZenTri is. I wouldn't say structured, but and not on purpose. It just ended up that way. It's a little bit about what I'm doing. It's a lot about what I'm doing, what I'm learning, from what I did,
Right.
and then and then there's tips along the way because I know, you only know about half of what you think. You don't know what you're doing right or wrong until you're done. So it's like about half of it. I can give tips like if you want to do this will work. If you don't want to do that, this doesn't work. But then you go try it yourself and it's a mess, and you don't feel anywhere, like you shoulda, and you didn't do as well as you shoulda. But I learned this while I was doing it,
Yeah,
and
exactly.
so you share that, and then there's what's going on in triathlon. So I'll do a little bit of the news towards the beginning, so people that want that can get that. And over the years, it's been just like an audio diary of what I'm doing. And I used to make more videos, but lately I've just stuck with doing the audio because video editing is I think they're equally as time consuming. If you're listening just to audio, you can really pick up on problems, and they're tough to fix. And you have to. People are way more forgiving of audio and video, it seems. If I'm right on that, you can tell me. But video, you've got all these graphical elements you've got to get straight and do right.
Yeah, I find that they both have their challenges. I have tried the one thing that, interestingly, to give you some backstory, it would have been almost a year ago to the day now that I was in New York and I downloaded a ton of triathlon podcasts, and I'm almost the inverse of you, that I'm more YouTube, less audio.
Right.
And your podcast, I was running up and down the West Side Highway listening to you interview. Who was it? Oh, I can't think of who it was, but I was listening to you, and that got me. I mean, I was much smaller then, but that was inspiring to say, like, you know what? There are people that literally just share their journey in triathlon,
right?
And that is content. It doesn't have to be this like ESPN $30,000 production. You can just share what's going on in the day.
Right. Because when I first got started out podcasting, there was very few people podcasting. There was in the hundreds of us, and there was nobody doing endurance. And Adam Curry was one of the two very first ever podcasters. And one time he took with him his microphone and just wore it while he walked through Central Park, and then went into not Trump Tower, but some other office building that he was staying in, a hotel. Okay. And then went up the elevator in the hotel, and you could hear like everything going on around him. And it was so fascinating. And then the other podcast where it gave me the idea was this other guy used to ride around San Francisco to work and back and some other places on a bicycle, and used to wear the microphone on him while he was biking. And you could hear the sounds of the city going on. And he would talk. He was really opinionated and hated cars. And it was so funny to listen to him yelling and all frustrated about cars and traffic. And he's very much, he wasn't bike snob NYC, but he was very much like bike snob. And it was just funny, like listening to that. And I'm like, this is content. This is like you're going along on somebody else's ride. So I haven't done it lately, but for years I did a microphone on me on my long bike rides. And sometimes I did stereo, and you could hear an 18-wheeler, a big rig, just go wow by, and it would scare. People would email me and say, "Holy crap, that scared me to death. That was so cool."
Because they would hear it coming up in behind them.
Yeah, and motorcycles, and just it comes up behind you, and then it passes you, and cops, sirens, like all that stuff. And I would talk about Zen while biking along, and at just an easy conversational pace. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, it was really neat. So I got to say thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Without seeing those first few podcasts about how things didn't need to be this massive production that's scripted, you can just go and talk.
Right.
I wouldn't gotten down the path of showing scars and talking about challenges and injuries and things like that.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, I'm the guy that they listen to and they go, "Man, I could do it better than that." And I'm like, "Go for it," because if you can, you're gifted. Because it's not the making of the show. It's the consistency of making a show and then another show and then another show and another show that proves whether you're into it or not.
Yeah.
At some point it becomes overwhelming. So you got to figure out like how to do it and fit it into your life so that it doesn't. So many podcasts come out and YouTube channels, right? That come out that are like 1, 2, 3 episodes, and they talk about how they're going to film their journey to whatever, and they make 3 shows and then they're done.
Yeah. You had mentioned that. You messaged me on Twitter and said, be careful not to burn yourself out. We did a lot of work in January to figure out how throughout the day we can structure a storyline, like just have it not crushing in how labor intensive the work was.
Right.
And it was figuring out the gear that we needed, like the clips that I needed on my GoPro, the setup that we needed around the pool, what times I would shoot, and thinking ahead to, okay, this is how a story can unfold, and not making it an hour and a half of visual content that we then have to get down to 8 minutes. It's how do I know every single morning as I'm making my breakfast, okay, I need this, and this. And that can get me 16 minutes of footage that we can then trim down to a story. So knowing ahead of time back in January how we can make a story out of every single day while still keeping it authentic, off the cuff, but not so labor intensive that we want to give up. And because we like, here it is, long weekend, and I edited a video this morning, and we're going to do one. I did one yesterday, and we'll do one tomorrow, and another one the next day. And if they're 8 hours every single day, it wouldn't be. No, it's not. If it was 8 hours every single day, it wouldn't be feasible. We've managed to find a nice cadence that it's slowly coming down from about 5 hours to 2.5 or 3 hours a day.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, well, you know what I like about yours is the fact that you put the what you're doing as a workout. As you're working out, you put the what you're doing, like the sets and the intensities and stuff, and the time that you're doing it for. You put it over the video of, like, say you're on the bike and you're going to do 3 intervals of 10 minutes each at, FTP, a race pace, or however you want to phrase it. And then that is so great, right? Because there's all these workouts in the world out there that you can download and all this coaching and stuff. But to see you doing it and then what you're actually doing. But the other thing is, you're not telling people to do that, right? You're saying that that's what you're doing. And then we're going to find out what happens, like.
We're going to find out on March 19th if it works.
Yeah. So what's the race on March 19th? What are you training for?
Yeah, so right now we're training for half Ironman Campeche.
Okay.
In Mexico on March 19th. So we'll go down there with my friend Nicole Walker, who is she was last year's North American Amateur Ironman champion.
Okay.
So and she just turned pro.
Yeah.
Not even close. We joke with her husband and my wife that we're just bringing Taren down as a bodyguard, and like, okay, A, you're bringing down a 5'10" blue-eyed blonde, or 5'8" blue-eyed blonde kid.
Yeah.
A, not very intimidating, and B, you're going to be 20 miles ahead of me.
Yeah.
So you're going to have to slow down if you want me to protect you from anyone.
Yeah.
So I'm going down with her, and I'm sure she'll do something like a 4:20 something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And we'll see what I can do. Well, this will be my second half Ironman, and it'll be my first one This is actually the first race that I've done having hired a coach.
Okay.
A training partner of mine who also coaches Nicole Walker has been coaching me since November, and having Pat Peacock is his name, as somebody who is objectively structuring my workouts. I have made a lot of progress, particularly in my run. He's put down some run workouts with treadmill paces, and there was one about 6 weeks ago that I looked at and went, oh my God, there's no way I'm going to do this. I'm going to get 3 minutes of the 20.
Yeah.
And I did it. And he went, yeah, I thought you'd be okay.
Yeah.
And and he said the big joke is, if people ask him, what did you do to Taren? He said, I just got him to run more than once a week. Like, what did the dummy think was going to happen?
Of course you're going to get better. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The role of a coach, there's two types of athletes. There's the athlete, and because with triathlon, there's actually 3 different sports. So it can vary within the different sports, right? But you have the athletes that don't train enough, right? And a coach gets them going. Come on, you can do it, right? And then it gets them to do more, but it could vary per sport, right? So the athlete could be swimming a ton, but not running very much. I was the same way. Like, I hated running. And then the coach goes, nope, you're going to run. That's what's on the schedule, right?
Yeah.
But then there's the other role of the coach is somebody that I coach a kid, one of my son's friends, and the kid is phenomenal, and he loves to train. And with him, it's giving him rest days and making him stop.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. And you hear that the pros, the top level pros, their coaches have to tell them to not train as much.
I would completely agree with that. Seeing the drive that Nicole Walker has, I don't know if she didn't have that kind of drive, if she would be where she is. And she has drive that I would never have.
Right.
And I think the risk that I always see with Nicole isn't, can she go fast enough? It's, can she get there and be as fast as she is and be healthy? Whereas with me, Pat's saying, all right, run more than once a week. and in Nicole's case, she's got all the speed in the world.
Right.
And you hear stories about, a lot of pros that they have got to where they've got because of their drive. And that drive isn't sitting on their shoulder saying, hey, you know what? Maybe you should have a rest day. The drive is sitting on their shoulder saying, go do more.
Right. Yeah. And if you come from a single sport background, which almost everybody does, your idea of the appropriate amount, like how much hard to do, that's based on one sport. And then you double, almost triple the workload, and then try to do that much speed work, or that much intensity of medium hard all the time. There's not, you'll get injured, worn out, adrenal fatigue, because at some point you don't have the energy to do it anymore. So now you're running just on adrenaline and caffeine to get it done, and that blows you out after like a month of that. And then, what was it, the injury and then adrenal. You just
mental burnout.
You get mental burnout. All these things, they just conspire, and you do a downward spiral down. And there's not enough rest time between the hard stuff for you to improve, because you did a kind of hard day on the bike today, and now you're doing a kind of hard day on the run tomorrow, and then back to the bike again, and then mixing in the swimming. You're not getting the rest. But if you came from just a swimming or just a running background, it's like, or biking, one of the individual sports, you're going hard almost every time you go to practice, right?
Yeah.
So I remember
one of the things that
go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, on swim team, every day we had to like drag each other out of the pool. You're just exhausted, and you can't do that.
And then you go back at night.
I drew the line I was getting burned out by the time we started doing 2-a-day practices when I was in high school. I was like, okay, this is it. I can't do it. It's too much.
Yeah. Well, one of the things that I say on my channel, especially a lot right now, because it's what I'm going through right now, is you can smash yourself for 3 to 6 months and become really fast for one race, but there's a really high likelihood that you can get injured. You might burn yourself out when you finish that race. It's been so focused on that race that you can have like post-race or post-departum. That be depression. Like you'd be depression, post-race depression, because you've been so focused on that race. I'm a big proponent of it's the long game, and taking it from a standpoint of, okay, how can I be the fastest athlete I can be 5 years from now? Right. And if you start doing that, missing one workout doesn't stress you out too much. Yeah. A coach telling you need a day off doesn't stress you out too much. But if you're focused on being fast in a 3-month window, you might be really fast. That's something that I have to say a lot in the YouTube comments, that a lot of people are worried about what tips can I get for the next race? What tips can I get for the next race? Don't worry about it. Yeah. Don't worry. Just keep chipping away at it. You're going to be faster 3 months from now, and then even faster 6 months from now. Make sure you can keep going.
There's a really famous old Zen saying where a new student goes to the master. It says, how long is it going to take for me to become enlightened? Like you, master. And then the master goes, it's about 10 years, which is funny that this is like a 1,000-year-old story. And still today, it's like 10 years to become an expert. And then the student goes, what? 10 years? That's forever. What if I try really hard?
About 20.
It's like 20? Yeah. Because it'll be about 20 years. And then he goes, what? But I'm really smart. And I've succeeded in all these other things. He's like, oh, well, then probably 30 years. Yeah. Because the whole point is to, in Zen, for example, the whole point is to, but it's very much like triathlon, right? It's such a slow build, and it's to be part of the experience. You can't rush it. And if you do rush it, you're actually going to get injured, and you're going to have setbacks that will take you longer until you finally realize there is nothing more to triathlon. There is nothing more to Zen than just being. And that's what will make you better, is to quit trying to succeed in triathlon and just triathlon. Just do triathlon, and then you won't, you won't set your sights too high on something and then get injured or get the post-Iron. I've actually had the post-Ironman blues. I had it one time. Really? After a really big race, yeah. I got into a funk, but I'd already heard about it, so I knew what was happening, and I was like, you just got to ride it out. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So you were expecting it?
No, I wasn't expecting it, but when it happened, I knew what it was. I was like, oh, this sucks. But this is what it is. Yeah.
Did it happen after your big races, the Ultraman, the swim across the lake?
No, it happened after, in 2007, I got signed up with a team of podcasters and bloggers. Back then, blogging was way more big than YouTubing. And they, so it was a team of like 6 or 7 of us. And we all got sponsored with bikes and uniforms and wetsuits and stuff like that. And Ironman Wisconsin was the big race. And we trained for over 9 months, between 9 months and a year for Ironman Wisconsin. And then when that was over, because it was so high visibility, all of us doing this, and I had a big rivalry, the most fun rivalry with another guy, and I beat him by like 3 minutes, and he had beaten me at Wildflower earlier in the season by several minutes. So it was on I don't think Twitter was out yet, but on something we were going back and forth and making fun of each other and posting pictures of each other. So it was there was Team Brett and Team Tyler was the other guy. And so when that was all over, I mean, there was there's nothing. It's just this like white noise. And you're like, where's my life now? Yeah. Well, tell me about your first half Ironman. How'd that go? Or where was it and how long ago?
That was Superior Man in Duluth the end of August in 2016. Okay. And it went well. It went really well. I self-trained. Okay. And surprisingly, that didn't come back to bite me.
Yeah.
Until about the last 9K of the half marathon. So the swim went pretty well. Interesting swim. You actually jump off of a boat.
Mm-hmm.
Two people jump off of each side of the boat every 3 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
So we were down there with Pat Peacock, our coach, Nicole Walker, and myself. We went down with our families. And the last 3 people off the boat were Pat, Nicole, myself.
Last 3? You waited till the end?
Very last 3. Yeah,
Why'd you wait?
Right. I don't know. Just kind of. Pat's a pretty laid back guy. I tend to be a pretty laid back guy, and there was a lot of rush and crunching up towards the exit of the boat, and we just didn't want to be stressed out starting.
How many people were in the race?
There were, I want to say somewhere in the neighborhood of about 200, 200 to 300, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
It was two boatfuls. So we went dead last, past a lot of people. Pat's a phenomenal triathlete.
Mm-hmm.
He finished 3rd in the race. He must have passed 180 people.
Yeah.
I think I passed 60. The bike went fairly well, flatted in the last 3 kilometers, and I was on.
Man, that sucks.
I was on tubulars, so I was just ride it out.
Yeah.
So the last 3 kilometers of the bike, I just lost a little bit of time.
Now wait,
then
I got a question. On the tubulars, were you are they carbon rim tubulars or were they metal? Were they alloy rim?
Carbon rim.
And you rode on those, not worried about it at all?
It was like a half a flat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
so I still had enough air to ride.
Okay.
Yeah, didn't just tear up the wheels. And then got onto the run, and because, as I mentioned, I wasn't big on run volume.
Right.
I got in, and the first half of the run, I was on pace for about a 130, 133, 134 half marathon.
Mm-hmm.
And at 10 kilometers, it was a 2-loop course. My wife was there to take pictures of me halfway, and she goes, "How's it going?" This last half is going to hurt a lot. and I think I lost 6 minutes or so and did about a 140 half marathon. But holy smokes, it was painful. It was a really painful 10K. And so it was 4:46:46 for the first half Ironman.
That's a good time. Yeah.
And I was quite happy with it. But it was funny because we're down there with Nicole and Pat. Nicole ran, as far as everyone could tell, the fastest half Ironman of any amateur woman in 8 years.
Wow.
So she finishes 22 minutes ahead of me. Pat had probably one of the races of his life. Very, very controlled, did something like a 4:16 or 4:17. So the entire families are like, they're eating watermelon and getting their Sprite and chocolate milk. And 30 minutes go by and they go, "Holy smokes, Taren's going to finish. We forgot about him." It had been that long that my wife came back, but nobody else was there because everyone was finished for so long. And it's that's kind of our training group right now. There's about anywhere in between about 6 and 12 of us on any given day, and everyone is really, really talented.
Uh-huh.
And it's funny that say in our local half marathon here, I finished 17th out of 2,000 athletes, and I was the slowest of our bunch.
Yeah,
that day. So, I finished 14th or 17th in Superior Man, and was the slowest by 20 minutes in our bunch. Wow. So it's fun to go and race with them and see what they can do, because my perspective is literally like just to zen it, just to experience it. If I can race a race to my capabilities based off of the time commitment that I know I've put in, I'm happy. Yeah. And I did that. I deserve to have that hard back half of the marathon. Yeah. But it all went well, and that's how I approach every race. So like it's fun to see their success, because my success is just, did I not blow up? All right, call it a win.
Yeah, I mean, I always try to be really respectful of the people that are at the back half of the race, and because I've been there many times myself, and like we were leaving the race, we were at a mountain biking race today, and people have flat tires in mountain biking like crazy.
Oh,
and
yeah.
So there's cars starting to, get on the road next to the trail, and you know how that feels to the athlete. You're pedaling in, and people are leaving the race venue. Like,
yeah, they're picking up the cones
celebrating
behind you.
They're leaving. Yeah, and because one time we were doing Ragnar, Texas, like 6-something years ago, and we signed up as a 4-man team when you're supposed to have 12, which means instead of running like 12 miles, we were going to run not all at once, but a cumulative like 50 miles each, and it's really hilly. And of course, we end up at the very back, and at one point on day 2, the van that's picking up the cones is behind our guy that's kind of run walking, and then another one of the race officials said, if you want to put your guy in the van, and then maybe we could move you up the road a little bit. We're totally cool with it.
Because they got to get to breakfast.
Yeah, my friend acted so insulted, and like, what? No, never. We're going to keep going, And I was like, well, either way, I know we're going to be okay. But yeah, these people have got a race. They got to clean up. And then after that year, they got id of the race. They didn't do Ragnar, Texas again for years after that. I think it just came back this year. So
you crushed them.
Yeah, we broke the race. But yeah, being the person that they're picking the cones up after you is like, oh my God, it's so demoralizing.
Yeah.
Okay, so strategies last race. What are you doing different? Running more, you said, for this race. You got a coach. And what's something else, like nutrition or like intervals, or what are you doing that's different between that race and this race?
The couple of bigger changes would be, yes, running more. Frequency is way up. Going from, I was running on a good week last year 3 times a week. But right now it's 5 times a week. With much less intensity.
Right. I've heard that. Where people run just like 5 miles or less, and they run every day, and that works for them. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what. So I run 3 times during the week, and it's for a grand total of 35 to 40 minutes. And it started out at 20.
Yeah.
And what I'm finding now is this was rest week. I went 4 days without running. And I call it rusty lawn chair syndrome, where those first couple miles back, I could feel that my joints just weren't ready to turn over because I'd gone 4 days without running. I'm thinking, holy smokes, like this is what I was doing to myself all last year. Mm-hmm. So running more frequently with less intensity. There's little bits of bursts of intensity, so little bits of tempo, pace, and threshold work. But for the most part,
that's really interesting.
It's been fairly light. Because I get injury prone with a lot of running. Mm-hmm. The bike has actually been a lot less volume. I was doing a ton of volume. I bike quite a bit all year round. I commute even through the winter up in Canada. Mm-hmm. So I always bike a lot. The biking this year has actually been quite a bit less. I'm not doing the 3-hour bikes.
Right.
I'm doing hour-and-a-half long bikes, but it's very structured in power intervals,
right?
And percentages of my FTP, and I actually about 4 weeks ago I was getting nervous that I wasn't putting in enough volume, and then we redid an FTP test, and it had increased by about 12%.
Whoa, that's a lot
in 2 months.
Yeah.
So there's that, lots more structured bike work. Otherwise, the swim is kind of the same. If anything, I've actually backed down the volume in the swim. the nutrition, I'm probably not going to change a lot. I've kind of dialed in a good nutrition plan for my body, the products that agree with my body.
Yeah, that's huge.
And
especially if you're going longer, like half Ironmans and up. You got to have your nutrition down because that'll do you in. Yeah,
exactly. A sprint and Olympic, I mean, put half a bottle full on your bike and maybe you need it.
Well,
but
we're at these races today, these mountain bike races, a girl threw up halfway through the first lap, and I know the laps take 25 minutes.
Through the first how many
lap.
laps did
and that just shows you like how people get nutrition all wrong. You're eating too much before and these are younger kids, so they're not, no one's coaching them on nutrition yet.
Everyone gets all stressed out about carb loading and getting as much as you can in you. And I found out that less tends to be more in my case. Right. Like just the bare minimum, like 200 to 250 calories an hour.
You know who else said that? Chrissy Wellington.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Just as little as possible.
Nutrition, turns out less is more. But she's got back then when she said she's got all these sponsors and everything, so she had to be really careful how she said it. That's all she said. Less is more.
Yeah. I used to get stitches like crazy.
Oh my God.
When I would think about I had from my lips down to my feet, I had a stitch in one race. It was literally a full body stitch, and I was walking and I was walking past an aid station, and they're giving me you can do it, you look great, and a friend actually stopped and went, no, just shut up, just leave him alone. He's in a world of hurt right now. He shouldn't be doing this. And that was back when I would carb load and I would just slam a bunch of products in on the bike that I hadn't tested, and now it's basically scratch your Osmo on the bike, something really light, and then every half hour take in anywhere between 90 and 110 calories from either gels or chews, and something hopefully made of tapioca tends to do better with me.
Yeah.
And that's about it. And if I stick to that, I've done marathon swims on that. I've done Olympics, half Ironmans now. Can get away with basically nothing in a half marathon. Yeah. Less tends to be more.
I can see that. Yeah.
Train more. Yeah. Train more, and you don't need the nutrition quite as much.
That's true. Yeah. Because like these treadmill tests and stuff, they're testing top athletes. Well, they're going to already be fat adapted, or else they would, because they train so much.
Yeah.
Well, tell me a little bit about being a YouTuber. And so I got several questions. One, do you feel that making all the videos and stuff that you would be a better triathlete, or do you feel that it makes you a good triathlete because it keeps you honest? And then, like, what are some of the funniest comments that you've gotten? And then, like a day of making videos. I know we kind of talked about it a little bit, but like you get up and then you like video and while what you're eating, like how much is there a camera on you all the time, and what does your family think about this?
First question, I've found that documenting every single day, I am more motivated. Because I'm now accountable to the training group, I'm accountable to the coach, and I'm accountable to people who are watching.
Right.
And
what do you do with all the unsolicited advice you get on how to train?
I don't know. Maybe I give off a gruff exterior. I tend not to get a lot.
Oh yeah. Well, maybe because it looks like you know what you're doing. So maybe they're just like and triathlon is riddled with unsolicited advice. Your seat's too high.
Yeah. I actually get asked for a lot more advice than is given to me. Question number 2 was which was question number 2? I remember the last.
Let's see. We had what is a day like? Well, let's go ahead and answer that one. What is a day like? Oh, did I lose you? Hello. But I think I got you. You're coming back. Hmm. Yeah, hold on. I'm kind of losing you here. Let's see. Are you back? There you go. Okay.
Oh, hey, there we go.
There we go. Okay, so sorry.
Okay.
I got a bad connection sometimes. But I remember the second question.
Most interesting comment?
Most interesting comments that you get. Yeah.
I actually don't get a lot of really wacky ones.
Yeah.
Of now going on 2 years, I think I've only been, say, YouTube trolled twice.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody just outright calling me out. And I actually like to have a lot of fun with it. Because for our social ad agency, we put out a ton of content.
Yeah.
In fairly big platforms. Some of our clients have hundreds of thousands, like millions of followers. So yeah, we actually have contests for who can get the rudest comment, and I'm way down the list.
Right.
So I've never really got any good ones. The community has been fantastic, really supportive, more just excited about triathlon. A day in the life, that's probably a more interesting answer. I wake up at 4:30, and I've always been somebody that my mom says that like when I was 0 days old, she could tell that wheels were turning as I was sitting there in
scheming,
the little,
planning,
thinking as a little 7-hour-old kid.
Yeah.
That I was always thinking. So I get up at
how do I get out of this crib?
Where am I going to go to school? I got to figure this out now.
Yeah.
So, I'll wake up at 4:30 and I'm out the door usually about an hour and 10 minutes later. And in that time, I'm eating the breakfast and I do a little meditation and some journaling of what I want to do that day. But as I'm doing kind of the in-between bits, the brushing my teeth and the pouring the cereal or buttering my toast, I'm thinking, okay, I've got to do this workout and this workout today, and here's a meeting that I've got, and thinking through, okay, like what's been on my mind in triathlon. So I kind of plan out the shooting day just in the little gaps in the morning. I'm not really sitting down and planning out a script. I'm just planning out what are going to be some interesting parts of my day. And then it starts, the shooting will start basically at the start of the first workout, which tends to be at around 5:45, 6 o'clock.
Okay.
And there's probably only a camera on me. I can tell you how many minutes of footage we have typically every day. It's usually around 20 to 25 minutes of footage. And most of that is useful shooting time. It's not a lot of setup time. So if somebody is watching the YouTube channel, they'll see that it's just walking down the edge of the pool and talking about what the workout is going to be. And that's me walking down the edge of the pool. I haven't set up lights. I just pull out a GoPro and I walk down the edge of the pool and talk to the camera with a setup that I've got. And the different angles that I get during, say, a bike workout or a swim workout or a run workout, I'll just move the camera for a little bit of change of scenery during the 20-second rest periods. So it's not like it's really adding much time. I think if I had to guess how much time is added throughout a day, it might be a grand total of 10 minutes. Because I'm filling the gaps that would otherwise just be taken up by standing or walking with shooting. And then, so I'll shoot that first workout, get to work, and sometime during the workday, I will typically shoot something. And that's when I will give an outright tip, or I'll talk about some products that I'm trying, or something that's been sent to me. Or in the case of today, we'll show that we had a chat and introduce the gang to you. Something about the triathlon journey. And I'll just grab a camera that we've got in our studio and plop it down wherever I feel like I can plop it down and talk to the camera for usually, 7 to 10 minutes. And that same thing that I did in the workout in the morning, if I have a workout at night, I'll do that same thing. Pull out the GoPro, plop it down, and then it follows me during the workout. So it's fairly structured, but structured in a way that it's not burdensome.
Right.
It's kind of just like if you went about your regular day and there was a camera sticking out of your backpack. Right. That's sort of what it would be like.
Right. And you've done this for so long. So people that are listening to this thinking, oh, maybe I could do this. We're talking to somebody here that's been doing this for so long. You know, you have a gut instinct now for what's worth videoing, and before it even happens, you're like, this is probably going to be pretty good. And and I've also got to think about how do I talk about it in a way that leads somebody through a story. If I can give one tip to YouTubers out there is particularly, I'd say sports YouTubers. There's a lot of sports YouTubers that will do a better job than I will of getting beautiful footage, slow motion footage and drone footage and things like that. What I work on really hard in the thought process is, okay, well, I'm stopping the swim here. How do I explain that there's more to the day and create, if it's an 8-minute video and I've shot it over the course of 14 hours, I have to think at 7:30 in the morning what I'm going to be leading to that I might shoot at 4 in the afternoon. Right.
And how do I say that so it's not just workout ends and then bam, completely different scene, haven't explained what's coming up next. So it needs to feel like a full day.
Right.
And yeah, being familiar with the cameras, having done like hundreds of video. We've done, I think 140 on our channel now, but with the social ad agency, I think we put out a video every second day.
Right.
So being able to work the camera at like button, set up, done. Okay, go. That helps.
What's kind of cool is because you're doing it on yourself, and so's your staff. You're kind of like the guinea pig, and you can try stuff out and without so much penalty because it's yourself. You know, you're not going to lose money from a customer because you did it wrong. You can kind of practice. Hey, we're going to try this, and so you're doing yourself what you're recommending or what you're doing for your customers, and that makes you better.
We talk about that in presentations to customers. We found out at one point last year there was kind of some murmurs in the social media ad agency world that including a spelling mistake on your Facebook post would allow for better performance. We can't go and pitch to a customer, hey, I'm going to start making spelling mistakes on your account. What do you say?
Yeah.
But I can try it on mine.
Right. Exactly.
And if I want to look stupid, I look stupid every day. That's fine.
Exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what about this other thing where I read one time that to keep trolls down, and I've noticed you do this. This is maybe you read the same thing, and this is like common knowledge with YouTubers, is to be in, because I've seen this on Wired and CNET and stuff where they have a lot of trolls, like really bad.
Oh yeah.
So, they say anything about Apple, then all the Apple haters come in and say, Hitler used an apple. You're like, what are you talking about? So they is to be in your own comment section. You go into the comment section and reply to people, right? Then it doesn't seem like an empty room where some troll can go in and just spew a whole bunch of hate because there's somebody else in there. The person that they're going to be talking trash to is there. Yeah, and is going to call them out. So it keeps the trolling down big time because it's not an empty room where you can just graffiti on the wall and there's no lights on. There's no security lights.
Yeah, the landlord is standing right there. The
landlord is right there. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so they don't even try because you're in there.
Yeah, you know what? I've never thought about that for my channel. I've always just commented because I like it.
Yeah.
I mean, I like talking to people. In little old Winnipeg, it can feel quite isolating that we've got, thousands of views happening every single day. And it's almost like it's fictitious because I don't see anyone. But being able to comment, that's what makes it real to me. So I've always just done it because it's the fun way to do it.
Oh, you're doing it naturally.
Yeah, it's just fun. Yeah. But we have actually, recommended to our clients that they comment more because it makes it more real. I had the couple of troll comments that I have gotten. I've responded with an equal troll comment back.
I've done that. It's so fun.
Okay. I've got the funnest comment. It just came to mind. So I did a review. There was a dog leash that we've got 2 dogs, and they run on either side of me. And instead of holding leashes in my hands, I wanted to run hands free. So I went and found a dog leash that I liked, and I reached out to them and I said, "Hey, do you mind if I give it a try? We'll do a video on it. I think people would like this." Mm-hmm. So I did that video probably about a year and a half ago. Nothing was said about it. A couple of comments here and there. A few weeks ago, I get a comment that, can I swear on this?
Oh yeah.
Or should I not? Okay. So a comment.
Well, we just warn people. Okay, there's going to be a swear word, so earmuffs for your children.
All right, earmuffs for kids. So the comment is, "Hey, listen, you dickhead. How about those dogs maybe those dogs don't like being run around like that. Think about the dogs, asshole." And I respond, I have a lab and a lab cross rescue mix that is so full of beans that we cannot tire him out.
Right.
And I responded with, "Oh yeah, if there's anything if there's something that is a sure thing, it's that dogs hate running. You clearly know a lot about dogs."
That's funny.
So I responded like that, and then he came back in and he's like, "Oh, hey man, sorry. It's just that dogs aren't built for running. Like, yeah,
what?
If there's one, I just chatted with my wife and we talked it over, and Petey and Gracie sure hate going to the park and running." So I trolled them back about how ridiculous it was.
But you said something earlier that. And then after this, I guess we should wrap it up because we've been talking over an hour.
It was fun.
You mentioned that you get up in the morning and then you do something I forgot which one you did first, but at some point you meditate.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think you said that you have a notebook and paper out then, and then you also said that you. The pauses in the day that you at least notice those, but you didn't say what you do with them. So tell me more, because I actually do the same kind of thing and I find it incredibly valuable, but I've never really talked to anybody about it. So on the air, so tell me about it.
Okay. Oh, neat. Well, I do 630 something episodes, and this is the first time we've talked about the pauses.
About the pauses, and I think that is huge, especially in today's busy society. So.
Okay. Well, yeah, I will get the common stuff out of the way. Yeah, I journal every morning, and I either do the 5-minute journal, or if I just kind of feel like the 5-minute journal has got repetitive, I'll just go on a free writing spree.
So you just write yourself?
Not really.
Yeah.
I'll just kind of write as long as I want to write. And then before I leave, I actually yesterday was the first day I have missed in 131 days, and I am shameful of this. First day of meditation I've missed in 131 days.
Yeah, we've been talking about that. You should be embarrassed.
I know, exactly. I'll do anywhere from a 10 to 20 minute meditation. or some breathing exercises. But I earmark a little over, somewhere around 20 minutes for it.
Mm-hmm.
And those two things that I've been doing for probably a year and a half or so, I find they put each day in a bit of an orderly fashion.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Because I'm somebody that thinks so much, I can be thinking about the run, the swim, the shoes, what laptops we're using, what laptops are coming out, what cameras we're using, how I'm feeling, how much work I've got to do, how's the business going, who I should be talking to for more business, who are, how are the clients going, how are the employees, blah, 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 and on and on and on. And having the journaling practice and the meditation, it just kind of compartmentalizes everything. That I can, it actually then translates into those pauses in the day being productive.
Okay.
Before, because I'm somebody whose mind races all the time, those pauses in the day could be filled with whatever gunk my mind decided to bring up.
Okay.
Whatever would come to mind. Now, the pauses in the day are maybe one of the 3 to 5 most important things that I'm concentrating on. So right now it's thinking about the vlog, and I'm committing to the vlog for at least a month of every single day, no matter what. We're putting out a vlog, and we're having actually a lot of fun with it. So I can't really picture us stopping for quite a while.
Yeah.
So it's the vlog, and it's a couple of other things with the business, but it's just those primary things. And instead of having 40, 50 things racing through my head at any one point during the day, it's just a couple of primary things that I've decided to focus on that are big picture items.
So you said before there was just all kinds of things, and now you're focusing on it. Are you saying that when you take the pauses, that you're telling yourself as you take the pause, I'm going to think about this one thing now only? Or before you weren't even taking pauses and just all kinds of stuff would come up anytime there was a break between stuff? You weren't purposefully pausing?
No, yeah, it'd be more like that. Yeah, I wouldn't be purposefully pausing. The feeling that I used to get, I've always filled my life with busy.
Mm-hmm.
It's the way that I'm wired. I like to be busy.
You're not,
but I would
no
be
kidding, a YouTuber triathlete.
Yeah, you don't say. So it would end up getting erratic busy, and it would feel erratic.
Right.
And it would feel uncontrolled. It would feel like I couldn't make myself less busy, like I couldn't make myself calm. It just felt like I needed to think more, and I needed to work harder, and I needed to do more, and that was how I would overcome it. Now, I recognize those pauses in the day as moments that I can decide what's important and what isn't.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. I recognize that there are moments that don't need to be filled with whatever junk my mind wants to fill it with. Mm-hmm. I can fill it with reading and recognize that that's productive, or sitting and meditating and recognize that that's productive, because it's just as much an effort of what can I cut out that isn't important,
right?
As opposed to 10 years ago when I would be like, how much more can I do?
Yeah.
Granted, that said, I just solved my YouTube problem by doing 3 times as many videos throughout a week.
But I think, I talk about this on the show, but I talk about me doing it, and I've never actually interviewed somebody about them doing it. So you're the first person I've talked to that actually I can bounce this off of, and it's exactly the same thing. So executive function is the part of your brain that where you pause and make the right decisions. It's not reacting too quickly. So poor executive function is the guy who ends up in jail because somebody said his mom was fat, right? So he punches the guy, and then ends up in jail, right? Executive function is the pause and going, okay, this guy like has never even met my mom, so how would he even know? I'll just laugh it off, whatever, right? Don't even get involved. But you have to pause and think first, right?
The Stephen Covey, it is the, how does
Something
he word
habits.
it? It's the habits of highly successful people. He calls it it's the space in between stimulus and response that determines who we are as people.
Right. And
so you choose what you do in that space. So
I've found exactly what you're talking about is because I'm just like you, where, what's next? Because trying to catch up, I feel like I'm behind and I want to catch up, right? And then, but instead pausing, and then it's almost like those drawers, like a sock drawer, and where you can like, okay, let's pause now. Let's put our thoughts over here, sort out what's been happening, and then just like take a breath for just 5 minutes, and then go, instead of going, what's next, right? Because that could be anything. What's next? What do I do next? Is saying, what's the most important thing to be doing next?
Yeah.
And then you kind of sit there for a minute, and you can go over like a to-do list, or just kind of sit there and then go, oh, and it's way different. The first thing that comes to your mind is, go see if anybody commented on my Instagram pic, right? Yeah. Of course that could be next, right? And that's what you want to do next. But then if you ask, what's the most important thing to be doing next? You go, oh, I need to see if my son's mountain bike practice got canceled because of the rain, right? And because that's going to really affect your day, because do I have to take them somewhere else? Do I have to, like all the stuff that's going to really affect what's going on? Or did I get an email back from the, instead of just checking your email, like I should just check my email because you don't know what's in there, is, did I get an email back from Taren about what time we're going to talk on Sunday, right? And then so I go and I look, instead of just going and reading my email, I search for Taren and then look and see if I got a message, right? That's the most important thing to be doing. That's gonna, and then you do that, and then you get kind of caught up again and doing the next thing. But then after a while, after like a half an hour or two, you go, okay, hold on, and then you take that break, and then you just go, what's the most important thing to be doing next? And it's awesome. I love it. It's so great.
Yeah. Well, you end up, I completely agree. I love how you called it the drawers that you can pull out. Yeah. One of the most tangible aspects or tangible stories that we're going through right now, literally on this podcast, that is the outcome of choosing what is the most important thing, is I have a habit of checking Instagram, replying to comments as they come up. And part of why I wanted to go to a daily vlog is I knew that putting out content and sharing my story was the most important thing.
True. Not
getting back to people 17 seconds after they commented on my Instagram photo or YouTube. I still get back to everyone, but it's in bunches now because we're concentrating on putting out content and sharing our story every single day and reaching out to people who are doing the same thing and having conversations with people like you and creating a vlog every single day. That's the important stuff. And what it has resulted in is I just have less time and less interest to get back to every single comment within 17 seconds. So what I'll do is once a day, I'll go in for 10 minutes and blast through everything. I'll batch it, still get back to everyone, but I don't have that need to go back 40 times a day to the Instagram comments and 40 times a day to the YouTube comments and 40 times a day to the Facebook comments. I focus on the big important things of what's high leverage, what matters to me, what is meaningful, what adds value to my life and to other people's lives. And getting back to somebody within 17 seconds, it's good, but it's still good to get back to somebody 17 hours later.
Mm-hmm.
Still good. But with this approach, I can now put out 7 videos a week and more authentic videos a week and connect more with everyone every single day. And the response has been really good. There's more comments. There's more people that want to know about. I just put out a video about my wife. People are taking an interest in our family and my coworkers and the dogs. It's much more heartfelt than just not having those drawers that I can pick from. It's resulted in a very good vibe with the YouTube channel right now.
Yeah.
Even
really cool.
Even Mel, who she's appeared in one of the videos because she edits a lot of the videos. She reads the comments every day, and like it's high fives in the office. She's so motivated about what people are saying.
Wow, cool.
Yeah, it's neat.
Well, awesome, man. Well, let's wrap it up. And do you want to talk offline? Do you want to shoot some YouTube video? You said you already got some bits, or what do you want to do next?
Yeah, I've got bits of me. If you're done recording,
yeah,
I'm all done. Oh. Yeah, if you're done recording, okay, let's hear. We'll
what are we
plug
doing?
This.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
There we go. Okay. We'll start at my end of it.
Let me put on my YouTube face. Got good light. Got headphones in. Should I leave my headphones in or take them off?
Oh yeah, you gotta look like a podcaster.
Oh, then yeah, leave the headphones in. I think they're pretty much grown into my ears by now.
Not a lot of light that way. So we just burned through what, Brett? An hour and 20 minutes of Zen podcasting?
Yes, and we even talked about Zen. Maybe once. Maybe twice. Once. I think twice we talked about Zen.
We did.
Yeah.
So everyone, this is Brett. As I mentioned before, he runs Zen in the Art of Triathlon podcast.
All right. Thank you so much, Taren. Oh, man. I subscribe to him, and every day or two I look to see if he posted something new. He's got lots of good advice, and you get to see training for triathlon and, for real, what it's really like. And he's doing half Ironman in Mexico really, really soon. And he's Campeche. And also, you can watch him. He's very experienced in social media and how to talk and do things on Twitter and YouTube and stuff. So if you're kind of into that and maybe you want to grow your brand a little bit, either ape him or get in contact with him, or at least follow him and kind of see how he's doing it, because he knows what he's doing. It's really cool. All right, next we have Scott Sambucci, which I love the moment while recording with him where we both start going, dude, yeah, man, like that. And just like him, I am very impressed. I'm very terrified of this Catalina Channel swim. If there's any swim out there that I'm probably going to end up doing that's an ocean swim, it's probably going to be that one, because it just keeps popping up on my radar, and so I found it really exciting to talk with him about it. Just imagine 20-something miles open ocean where there's great whites everywhere, and then turn around and then try to bike and then run even more. It's just absolutely crazy, and this shows you the mindset and where he's at. You listen to their interview. One of the first things we talk about is he going to do it again? You have to listen in and find out, and then I wonder, is he ever going to do anything that big again? Maybe he'll come down and do my Ironman with me once I get my feet all healed up. Back to Brett. Enough about Brett. Let's see. Oh, I'm up to 6.5 miles. If I do the really easy jog. Not really sure if that's too far yet or not. I'll know tomorrow. And the reason I'm talking about this is this goes back to, am I doing my own Ironman in the fall? We'll see. So when we talk about inviting Scott to come down and do that with me, I'm kind of on the fence about inviting anybody because I don't know yet. But we got all that. More shows, and then in the training log I'll talk about it some. But in the meantime, let's get to Scott and learn a lot more about what it was like to be in Uberman, California. Here we go.
Pick it, pick it, pick it up. Pick it, pick it up. Pick it, pick it, pick it up. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up.
Hey, Scott, is that you?
Hey man, how's it going?
Going good, man. You want to go ahead and start recording?
Let's do it.
All right. So I have here on the phone with me Scott Sambucci, and I'm saying the last name right, correct?
Yeah, you got it. I'm impressed. Most people don't get that.
Oh man, it's a wild guess sometimes. you just never know. And then the guest will correct me in a way that I never even imagined that their last name was pronounced. So you are one of the competitors in Uberman 2016.
Correct.
And a question just came to my mind right now. Are you gonna try again in 2017?
My wife just asked me that same question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man. Okay. Yeah.
No, I'd say right now it's highly unlikely.
Oh.
It's highly unlikely.
Okay.
Yeah. I've been thinking about it, especially after listening to Dan recount, your interview with him the other day. Listening to that, and I was like, maybe I'll give this another shot.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's hard to say. Like, I want to do it. What's really hard. Look, I told people right after it was done, if I could get into a time machine and do it again in a week, I would do it.
Right.
And as you and probably all your listeners know, it's not about race day. It's the training.
Yeah.
It's the 6 months going into it, and it's hard, man. It's really hard.
That's definitely true. Yeah.
It's hard on me, and it's hard on your family, and it's hard on your business and all those things. And it's I don't know if I'm ready to sign up for that piece of it again.
That's true. Yeah. Yeah. I wish you could just do it and without all the training. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Like these there's people that are signing up for a moon mission. What's Elon Musk's? Is he SpaceX? I guess is he SpaceX?
Yeah, SpaceX.
Yeah, and they're looking for people to go to a mission that's going to go around the moon and back. Not land on the moon, but go around it. And there's some training for it. They want to make sure that they're in half decent shape, but it's not going to require 6-hour bike rides.
Right. I didn't do any 6-hour bike rides.
Oh, what'd you do? What was your longest bike ride?
4 hours.
4 hours. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you do any riding at night preparing for it?
I did not.
Yeah.
I did not. I did a little bit early morning, one of the days that I rode.
Yeah.
But in fact, like a lot of the training I did was very focused around, and I don't know if this topic's interesting or not, but we can chat a bit about it. So I did roughly 6 months. By the way, it's because of you that I did Uberman, just so you know.
One of my questions is where did you hear about it first? And then if you said me, then I was going to either apologize.
No, thank you. So here's the short story. So I got a text from a good friend of mine, Kim, who was just getting into triathlons. And she sent me a text, I think it was on March 30th or March 31st. She said, "Have you heard of this? Deadline's tomorrow."
Right.
And I looked at it and I told my wife and I said, "I want to do this."
Yeah. And
she said, "You're serious?" I said, I'm serious. And she said, "All right, if you want to do it, let's do it." And everything's a team effort on this. She's like, we talked about this where, I think a lot of triathletes unfortunately suffer from, like, the best they can hope for is their spouse will tolerate their triathlonism.
Right.
My wife is unbelievably supportive.
Oh, cool.
Like, incredibly supportive.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's a blessing. Yeah. So basically I got in touch with Dan. We exchanged some messages and he said, "Yeah, there's a spot, if you want a spot." And I thought, there's probably 50 people doing this thing. And he's like, "Oh no, there's 7 or whatever it was."
Yeah.
So yeah, because of that text, Kim listened to your podcast and she's like, that's how she found out about it and then told me. And a day later I was signed up.
Yeah. When I found out about it, I got really into it. And then I mentioned it to some of my friends that live out in California and have been involved in Catalina swim crossings.
Yeah.
And they said, this is impossible. There's no way that they can do this swim. There's not enough boats. You need a boat per person. And and I heard during the race that somebody fell back and they had to pull somebody out or something like that.
Yeah, that was so. There was Sam and I shared a boat,
Mm-hmm.
and he was the guy that came over from the UK.
Right.
He'd just done the English Channel, and we had approximated we were going to be roughly the same time, so it kind of worked out
Right.
that he needed a boat, and I was like, whatever, happy to help. And I think he just obviously, I mean, he was fatigued both from the channel and the travel. And I ended up like a mile or two ahead of him.
Mm-hmm.
And then the winds were starting to really get tough for us. So we left. I know we're kind of jumping around here, but we actually left at 4 a.m.
Right.
To do our swim. So there's one swimmer left at 6 at night. The other one left at midnight. We left at 4 a.m. And I'd done a lot of research. I'm a super researcher person. My wife is PhD. She does a lot of research, and
Right.
we knew the best thing to do is leave at midnight. That's
Right.
what most crossings do. And the challenge, though, of course, is the swim channel, the shipping channels.
Right.
And in fact, Lynn Cox, so she wrote a book called Swimming to Antarctica.
Right.
And she talked about being in the middle of the channel, the Catalina Channel, and not even seeing this enormous vessel, and got stuck in like a 12-foot wake. Huh. Like in the middle of the channel in the middle of the night. And I was like, I don't know if I want to do that.
Right.
So we opted, and we talked to the boat captain, and we all decided, let's do 4 a.m. because it kind of splits the difference. Mm-hmm. The challenge, of course, was then you're swimming late into the day when the currents get worse and the wind gets worse.
Right.
And so it's kind of like a marathon where the first half is not the first half. It's like the first half is the first roughly 15 miles.
Yeah.
And then the second half is the last 6 or 7.
Right. It takes so much longer.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And, I went from swimming 2 miles an hour down to 0.8 miles per hour by the end of the swim.
Wow.
And my stroke count, like if you look at my Garmin on this, my stroke count was actually gone up.
Oh.
Yeah. Like
wow.
it was an effort. Those last 3, especially getting into shore, were really, really tough. And so you add all that stuff up, it's late afternoon, the wind's picking up. Sam had just done the English Channel, and I think I didn't make the decision because I was in my own world, but back on the boat, I think they just decided that for safety reasons, and otherwise it would be best to just concentrate on getting one of us across. So.
Right. So I got a question. Did when Dan said that there was a triathlete there that was like super, like the type A competitive part, was he referring to you? Because
he must have been. So I don't consider myself type A. I think Dan's interaction with me, I was definitely type A because it was all about organization and safety and what's happening, and something like this, it's if there's a lot of stuff there's a lot of ambiguity, as much planning that goes into it, both for him and me and everyone else. The boat captain, the kayaker, there's just 100 things that you haven't thought about until they happen, which is a lot different than even if you do an Ironman, the day can go sideways on you, and you don't expect certain things to happen. And that was after I talked to them about it, I thought about it, and I was like, well, Dan isn't he doesn't have a history of triathlon racing, right? Yeah.
He doesn't have, and you do. And the people that have raced a bunch of Ironman, I've done a bunch, and I've also put on a bunch of real small race about this size, right? And what could appear from somebody that is outside that world as type A and like really particular is actually somebody that's just had a lot of experience and has seen a lot of stuff go wrong.
Yeah. I'm a super planner, and I put a lot into the logistics, and that's something else there's a difference between
planning and experience and being like ultra competitive. That's different.
Yeah. I wasn't competitive. Like there's a couple things that, looking back, I obviously I mean, I made a lot of mistakes, and in fact, listening to the podcast with Dan, I've almost done a blog post. I'm almost done a blog post myself, just looking back, because there's certain things that I wish I would have done differently. So one of the things is, like, I put together a 5-day race plan for myself. Right. I said, I'm going to get this thing done in 5 days. And I've worked with guys like Brian McKenzie, who's CrossFit endurance guy. And I worked out with him for a day, and I used him as a coach, and we went through this plan, and he said, it's aggressive, it's doable. And so, though, looking back, there's some things that I just didn't know were going to go wrong for me. So one of the things that went wrong for me was that that I should have known to consider, that I didn't consider, was missing our landing spot when we hit land, because it happens all the time. My plan was, when I hit the landing spot, my sister was going to be there with an RV, and I was going to crawl into the RV and crash and get up and start the bike the next day. The problem is, we were only a quarter mile off, but the quarter mile off might have well have been a galaxy away, because there was no way for her to get to me, because there's rocks that jut out into the ocean.
I've been there and done that on the Pacific and in Southern California and San Diego. I went surfing and then ended up on rocks, going, how the hell do I get out of here? And oh my God.
On the one hand, you're like, wow, we're only off a quarter mile, because some people get pushed 3 miles down shore. Yeah. And we're only off a quarter mile despite the wind and current and everything else. But what that meant was, my entire plan, it was a bad plan, because I didn't have a backup. It wasn't movable. So the only option for me was to go back to the boat, like a half mile offshore.
I was going to say, if you get stuck, the worst scenario is you got to swim back out.
Yeah,
so tired
that's what they told
weak.
me.
What are you going to do?
They're like, yeah, great, you get to swim back out. I said, I'm not swimming. So the kayaker, she just pulled me. And then we got back in the boat, and they said,
I'm not swimming.
I was like, I'm done. Yeah. I've done enough. 23.74 miles or something it came to. Yeah. So we got back in the boat, and the decision was, look, if you want to make it back to shore, go ahead and jump in. Go for it. Or you can go back to Marina Del Rey, which is where the boat was docked, which is 30 miles north, which completely blew up the plan to start the bike the next day. So that plus, I knew the beach was rocky. I knew people cut their feet. I was so anxious to hit land and clear the water. I didn't take an extra minute or two to find a good spot. It was getting dark, and I just wanted to get the hell out of the water. And I put 2 big gashes in the bottom of my foot. Like two extra minutes would have saved me a lot of pain on the bike and the run. Yeah. So these are little things that I knew were there. I didn't build them into my plan. Yeah. And those little things end up costing you. That's frankly what cost me the ability to do the whole course. And the other thing I didn't account for was how bad my shoulders are going to feel. I mean, it's a long swim. I did a Tahoe crossing earlier in the year, and it was like 11 miles, and it felt great. It's like 6 hours, 11 miles. I was like, got out, felt great. I was like, okay, this is cool. And again, having done race experience before, I should have known that double the distance is like 4x the effort. Yeah. And it's just like, these are all things that I look back, I'm like, God, why didn't I see these things when I was planning? Why didn't I see that I could have built in a rest day instead of trying to get done in 5 days? Why did I just give myself a wild card day to use whenever I needed it? And so there's a lot of things, despite all of the planning I did, my plan wasn't the right plans. There's a big difference between planning and the plan.
Yeah, with the long distance swimming, I'm now friends with this YouTuber, Triathlon Taren, and he just told me that he's doing some big swim this summer in a river or open water. I can't tell if it's got a current or not. I haven't looked into it enough yet. But and it's about the same. It's like, I think it's like 20 something miles. It was in kilometers, so I was trying to do the math. But but for us normals, I don't think you're like a super duper marathon swimmer like these women that swim in Antarctica, right? Or like what's her name that swam from Cuba to Florida. So because that's not our full-time occupation, like with swimming really far, like once you get around, it's a little bit more than 6 miles. It's probably like 8 to 10 to 12 miles. What do you do when you're shoulders just give out, right? Like,
Yeah.
and now then you got to keep going, and you kind of can keep going. You can keep going forward, but it's kind of like walking now instead of running. Like your arms just are completely toasted. You can still move them, and you can still eat, and you can still go forward, but yeah,
you're exactly right, Brett. That's exactly what I was feeling.
And then to fight the current at the very end, and then try to get up on shore, and now your arms are completely fried, and now you got to get on a bike, right, and then support your weight on, and it's not even. It's the weight, it isn't too bad, but it's like reaching for bottles and, like handling the bike that takes that extra bit of strength.
Yeah. So for me, so I ended up skipping the first half of the bike. So I think I mentioned this. I just basically drove up to Mojave and skipped that first leg. Cause I wanted to get on the bike in some way. And I thought, well, look, because I also really, really wanted to get onto the run. That was important to me. Like I really, like, of the three sports, that's probably my strongest. It's the thing I enjoy the most. And I just wanted to get on the Badwater course. Yeah. That was really important to me. So I thought, well, now I've got a decision to make. Like I can either, take 2 days or 3 days to do the bike and then maybe not get a chance to do the run because, again, I had this 5-day plan that was also constrained by my crew because they had to get back to work and back to their lives and everything else, plane tickets and all that stuff. Or I could just skip a day, take a rest, recover, and then meet up with everyone, and then get the second half of the bike done and then do the run. Yeah. And so I made that decision. And even then, the first half of the bike day, I had to ride my road bike versus my tri bike because I couldn't get down into a tuck position and wouldn't have felt safe, especially out there in the desert. So,
because it was so windy, or why?
Yeah, it was just some of it was pretty hilly anyway, so it just didn't, wouldn't have made a lot of sense to be on a tri bike. I did switch over to a tri bike about midway and knocked out a few hours on that, but then it got hilly again when we were getting over towards Death Valley and Town Pass, so I switched back to my road bike. It was just more comfortable for me, especially with my shoulders. But you're right, like I didn't, like the next day I couldn't lift my shoulders over my sternum, either shoulder. So we had Voodoo Floss with us, and my sister and my wife were both CrossFitters, and my sister's done some work with people, and so they were just working the hell out of my shoulders and just getting me back to some level of mobility in my shoulders. So it was just like a safety thing more than anything. But that's like going back to the plan. Like had I known that experience, because like you said, I'm not a marathon swimmer. I just happen to do triathlons. That was a big mistake. But I will say, though, for people that are thinking about doing the marathon swimming, I think there's a big misconception that I think is important to know, which is, and this goes back to some of the CrossFit endurance training I did. So I did roughly 6 months of training. So going back to when I signed up, I started training April 1st. The race was in October. The first 3 months through basically like end of July, I did the kind of long, slow distance training. Right. And then I purposely switched. Then once I knew the engine was built, then I switched to doing high intensity, more weightlifting. That's when I started working with Brian McKenzie. Lots of intervals and much shorter distances. So in the pool, my longest day in the pool, the longest swim I did in the pool was 10,000 meters. And the longest single week I did was 30,000 yards. Which for a lot of people doing the channel or these Catalina swims, they'll swear by consistently doing 40, 50,000 yards per week. Yeah. And I was actually doing by the end of in August, September, I was doing 20,000 yards at most. But because I was doing high intervals, long, not short intervals, like I was doing, like my least favorite, but most favorite workout was doing intervals. I do a pyramid of interval of 500 yards, 250 rest, 750 interval, 250 rest, 1,000 yard interval, 250 rest, then 750, then 500. Wait,
what's a 250 rest? 2 minutes of what?
Like a 250 yards, just easy, just like easy.
Oh, okay, yeah,
just to recover. Yeah. So you're doing like 1,000 yard interval that's it's hard. But you're out of the pool in under 2 hours to do that workout, right? It's an hour and a half, and you're getting a max amount of reward for that time.
Yeah.
And so even though I'd never done that long of a swim, I mean, yeah, my shoulders were wrecked, but I think anybody's shoulders would have been wrecked.
Yeah.
I was able to do Catalina and having never done that swim before. So I think for people that are listening and trying to figure out like, how do you manage this? I think there's definitely a different way outside of the long slow difference, slow distance way.
I think you have to figure out a way, because, to swim Catalina, you're talking about almost everybody would only be swim training for that. That's the proper way to do it.
Yeah, that's the other thing.
You've got to, how do you swim train while you need to go out and do bike rides and you need to be out running? Like, it's insane. Yeah. It's like this race might be the breaking point of it's too long for people that, to train for that, unless they're training unless they don't have a job or something like that, and they can train specifically for it all day long and get up to that. Because to get in the training to be able to finish those distances, I quit running for a little bit because of my foot injury.
Right.
And then I found it was so much easier to swim and bike.
Right.
And I was like, oh my gosh, I'm not tired. And I can actually improve my swim times and because I'm not running as much. I got a question about the swim. Yeah. Because, I was thinking about doing this race, and there was something that came to mind is the salt water. Did you have problems with the salt water, puffing up your tongue, Diane Nyad's photos of her tongue hanging out of her mouth?
So a friend of mine here in Davis has done the English Channel, and he said his really puffed up, to the point where he couldn't eat. But for me, I didn't get that at all. What was worse, actually the most annoying thing for me was the first 3 hours at night from until we had daybreak. There were these little jellyfish stingers, and I kept getting pinpricks in my face for the first 3 hours. And my face puffed up. Yeah. But then they went away once sunlight came up. Oh. And that was fine. I didn't have any other issues. Yeah. I didn't see any wildlife at all, actually, except for jellyfish. I did. So this is wicked cool, dude. I came up for a break. Yeah. And I'm like, I think I hear something. And I was like, is that a boat? No, because you hear a boat from a long way away. You can kind of hear it humming. Yeah, right. And I was like, no, it's not a boat. I was like, are those dolphins? Oh. And then just then my wife said, you're not going to believe this. There are hundreds of dolphins around you right now.
Oh, cool.
I couldn't see any of them. Yeah. She could see them from the boat. She's like, you cannot imagine what it looks like right now. And I could hear them squeaking in the water. It was so cool. Once I placed it. Yeah. So that part was really cool. The other thing that was also very cool about the swim, which it was one of those things I didn't expect, was because the route's actually south to north, you watch the sunrise over the east, over your right shoulder. And as the sun was coming up, because of when I knew how long it was going to take me, roughly 14, 15 hours, I was doing the math and I'm like, I'm going to get to watch the sun go all the way across the sky, and I'm probably going to get a chance to watch it set. Yeah. And that's ended up happening. So, cool. It was from a Zen peacefulness centering kind of way. It was something that throughout the course of the day, I could just watch the sun and kind of use that as my meter as to how long I had to go.
That's really cool.
And there was a really cool peacefulness around that. And then 2 days later, I watched the sun rise over the desert, which was, I'm in Mojave, and there's this big glowing red sun. Right. And then that night, as we're climbing and finishing the climb at Town Pass, the sun was setting behind me. And just from a human experience standpoint, to be able to watch a sunrise and a sunset in the same day, and be able to do that 2 out of 3 days, and 1 day over the ocean and 1 day over the desert, in two of the most glorious places, in my opinion, in the world, is just something that for me is something I've people ask me about the experience. And that's one of the things that the imagery of those 4 sunrises, sunsets is just something that's really burned in my mind.
Yeah, that's really cool when you can do something like that, because I've done when we did Tahoe from south to north. Once
you did it the opposite way.
We did
Most
it,
people do it
the long ways, like south to north from the south coast, south shore, to the north shore,
from like Richardson up to Incline.
Yeah, that hotel on Incline. Yeah, we put in down on the south end, and by moonlight, and then when the sun finally came up, because we started at like 4 a.m. They you can't see the you can't see the far shore because of the curvature of the earth. You know that.
Wow.
I mean, like what you were doing. It's like it puts you in your place. Like you are just a speck on the earth compared to what you're trying to do. And then the guys are like, okay. I go. One thing, we were swimming due north, so my watch had a compass on it. So anytime I wanted to look at my watch and see which way we needed to go, and I put a GPS point in it, I could tell how many miles I had left to go, right?
I would have
because asking the crew
on
that. Yeah, the crew on the boat, sometimes there's a strategy in marathon swimming where they lie to you on purpose.
Oh yeah.
And so I was like, they can lie to me all they want. I know how many. I know I've got 10 miles to go or 3 miles to go or whatever. And then what was the other thing? Oh, when they go, okay, you see that mountain peak over there? And I go, yeah. And they go, do you see that one to the right of it over there? And I'm like, yeah. Okay. The saddle in the middle of that, if you come down, straight down between those two, that's where we're headed. And so like it's a destination. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like your mission is to kind of go somewhere. And I bet when you were swimming in, like you had something to sight on, right? Because of the mountains? Or was it already dark or what?
No, you're talking about across Catalina?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was actually something that was in a way kind of tough, because once it was a really, really clear day, and so from 8-9 miles out you could see shore.
Yeah, it makes you mad.
And yeah, I mean, I had that at the top when I did the Tahoe crossing over the summer. Same thing. I was like, oh, the shore's right there. Never having swum that far before.
Right.
The shore being right there was still 5 miles away.
Yeah.
So at least I had that experience to know that, okay, it looks close, but it's not even. And this is that's a good example where I feel like maybe Dan, like I feel bad for Dan, because at times I was just a little bit short with him. Like like he was trying really hard to be encouraging. At one point we got like 9 miles in. Yeah. And he's like, man, you're doing great. You're 9 miles in, you're halfway there. And I said, well, we're not halfway. And I said it to him that way, and he's like, well, you're almost halfway. I'm like, yeah, but we're not halfway.
Almost.
We're like more like a third of the way in my mind, because I knew also it's not 21 miles, even though that's straight as an arrow. I knew it was going to end up being like 23 or 24. It ended up being almost 24. And that's I was like, looking back, I'm like, oh, poor Dan. Here he is, like trying to be encouraging. He's got me in the water. He wants me to, feel good. And I'm throwing real reality on him.
When you're
no
in open water swimming, when you're off by a few miles, that's a long time.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I knew. I mean, and I knew that was the other thing. Like because then we got to like the true half point, and even then I knew mentally.
That's still
and even physically we weren't even close to half.
Yeah.
I knew in my mind, like once I get to 15 miles, then I can start thinking about the second half, so to speak. And then it was just half lives from there. It's like, okay, we got 8 to go. Let me get down to 5 or 6, and then we get to 6 to go, and then we get down to 3, and then I went from feeding every 30 minutes to every 20 minutes, every 15 minutes. Yeah. And then I'm doing the math in my head. Because by the time we're getting close to shore, they were right next to me on the boat. They knew exactly how far I'd gone, and I was going, in 15 minutes, I was doing like, 0.2 of a mile or something because of the waves and the currents. And I'm just like, oh, this is depressing. You go from like 1.2 to 1 mile, from 1 mile to 0.8 miles. And I've been swimming for 30 minutes because I'm like, in my head, if I'm back in the pool, that's a mile easy. Yeah. Right. Just doing laps. But here it is, less than half a mile out here, and I'm tired and I'm hungry and I just want to be finished.
Do you know, Well, like getting cranky is like part of it, especially in
Yeah.
open water swimming. Apparently, do you know that the real Starkey guy, that he became famous on Twitter for what his breakout tweet was about Ultraman, and
Oh, really?
yeah, he said Ultraman, where a bunch of vegans get together and yell at their spouses.
Yeah. I had that experience, and this is something like, this is one of the things that my wife and I talk about a lot in terms of the, like, when we do these things, like,
Yeah.
and I say we because it is a we.
Yeah.
The second Ironman I did, there was a moment where I yelled at her, and it was completely inappropriate, and I'm still embarrassed
Yeah.
by that moment, and I'm embarrassed for her that she had to like have me yell at her in front of other people.
Right.
And it was for the dumbest thing, and it's just like I have a lot of regret about that moment. And since that moment, I was like, we've done another Ironman since then, and we've done a lot of other stuff. And Uberman, so one of the things that was different for us, as I understand, versus the other competitors, is like, for me, I put this constraint on myself in that I say it's a constraint, it's just a choice. I wanted my family to be there.
Yeah.
To experience it with me, because I didn't want it to be, for a couple of reasons, I didn't want it to be one of these things like going to outer space and coming back and like, how was it? It was really cool. Here are the pictures.
Yeah.
I wanted them to be part of that because I knew we were going to see parts of the world that we might not ever get a chance to see again.
Yeah.
If things went well, I wanted to be there to celebrate. If things went badly, I would want them to be there. And so for that like with that choice, it was like truly an event for all of us. It was, my son wasn't on the boat for safety. He's only 5. He was 4 at the time. We didn't want him on the boat, but he was in the RV hanging out with him and my sister, my wife and my sister. And he was in the desert hanging out, loved Death Valley. And it just, having them around was a huge boost for me. And it also made things tough because, you're not worrying about just yourself. I know, like Dan and you had talked about it being, just one with nature, and you're out there, and you could do that maybe if it's a small crew or it is self-supported. For me, I chose to make it a family expedition and adventure. And that's one of the reasons I kind of ended when I did. There's a good video on my website about this, where my wife happened to be taking a video when I decided to call it quits on the run. We were about 38 miles in, and I just was looking around, and I just said, I just can't think of a good reason to go another mile. And there's this really like weird feeling, like a positively weird feeling of my buddy Tim had driven from Las Vegas. He's a really close friend since high school. My wife, his sister, my son were all there. And it's just like this, I don't know. It was, you're out in the desert, and I swear we weren't taking peyote or anything like that, but it was just like, this feeling of completeness. Like this is like a circle of people that I love so much, and they have experienced this with me, and they've supported me unequivocally over the last months and years, even to get to that point. And I didn't want it to end in a negative way. I felt some regret even listening to your conversation with Dan. I'm like, maybe I could have done more. Or, we talked about the planning. What if I had planned differently? Maybe I could have completed the race in 7 days instead of 8 like Giorgio. And then I could have said I'd done the whole thing faster than anybody. But on the other hand, I'm like, it was such an adventure, and we look back on that, and there's no negative moments.
That's a big indicator right there.
And I was just like, that makes me feel so good about the experience, even if there's a sense of incompleteness for me personally. I know as a whole, for all of us, it's something that we will always look back on. And that's maybe one of the reasons why maybe I don't want to go back and do it again, because it's never the same.
That's true.
The second time.
I saw that video, and I'm never going to forget it. It's one of my favorite videos about endurance sports that I've ever seen. Because, I haven't seen it in a while, so I'm going to tell you what stuck in my mind, and like how my mind has probably warped it to fit what I like. You have your memories always kind of change. So you're standing in the desert, and I forgot how many miles you've gone. You've gone a substantial distance.
About 38, yeah.
Yeah, I thought it might be in the 30s, and then, which out there is hell, and you're standing next to the RV, and it was either that video or another video, because you might have posted more than one or two, And yeah, your little son is like whacking things with a stick out, like a rock or a cactus out in the desert. Well, no, I doubt a cactus. I don't think anything can grow out there. And I was like, okay, my son went through that phase where like we did races and then he would just wander off and just hit things with sticks. And he's happy. You give him some Matchbox cars and then he's in Hot Wheels and then he's in the dirt, right? And I was like, okay, that's yeah. And then you're like, I don't know if you're leaning against the RV, but you're standing there and your wife maybe, because I couldn't tell who was who.
Yeah.
And they're filming you and you go, yeah, I think I'm done. I was like, oh my God, dude, this is the moment. This is where somebody goes, you know what? I'm done. Yeah. And I was like, but you haven't been beaten by you're not beaten down by the course. There's just still so much to go. There's like another 100 miles if you wanted to run that. And it looks so tough. And then you could tell by your body language that you're cooked. And then you can tell by this is the way I remember it. People need to go look at this video, see if I'm right or not. Your family doesn't go, this is the telling sign. The people with you don't go, oh no, you can keep going, right?
Yeah.
Instead, they go, okay. which is a sign that, because they've been there the whole time. As a viewer of this video, you haven't seen the past 10, 12 hours of an athlete, right? And then like all the times
just that day.
Well,
and we were even joking, like they had to super glue my feet just to get me to run. Yeah. Because of the lacerations from the swim. I was just,
when your crew goes, okay, then that tells you that, you're making the right decision.
That's where I had this feel. I'm like, and I know they would have continued to support me and they would have gone on and all those things. But that was just like this moment where I felt like I could go another 4 or 10 or 20 or 50 miles. It doesn't matter. Yeah. The risk that things could go sideways is there now. Yeah. It's no longer the fun thing. We're not, it's like, oh, this is cool. We're in the desert. Yeah. It's getting to be work. And I just asked so much of everyone over the last days and weeks and months just to get to that point. And, it just felt like it was the right time. And the one guy, Tim, who was there as my high school buddy, I still need to thank him for this because he did something that I don't know if he'd meant to do it, but he did it. He asked me twice. He's like, "Are you sure?" He was like the one guy who was like, I'm just making sure that you're sure. Yeah. And I look back at that video and the way he did that meant a lot to me because I think he knew it was his job to make sure I wasn't making a decision that I would regret.
Yeah, now I remember that too. That was what was so interesting about that video is the length of time, right? You like really thought about it. You know, and because once you quit, and with this race, it's not like such an official race where if you come off the course, and take a break or, somebody hands you a water bottle, you're out or something like that. Like you could step away for a little bit and then come back. But
I knew as soon as I said, that's it, that was it. You're just your whole body.
And because people got to start packing up and heading home if you say it's it. So it's over at that point. Yeah. That's a really cool video for people to see of how to quit something ahead before things go really bad because people don't see. I've personally been on the bad end of. I was running when it was too hot in a long race. I was trying to redo a 100-miler and go faster. Years later, after my first one, and then it was a lot hotter, and I started getting sick on the run, and then I had I was puking. And then I kept going, for another 10, 15, 20 miles. I don't remember now. But I made it about 50 miles. But I've been puking since mile 30 or something. And my body was falling apart. And then 2 days later, when my wife, she's a nurse, and she was like, you know what, I still think we need to go to the hospital and get you checked out. They did the rhabdomyolysis count.
Oh man.
and it was still off the charts. And they were like, "Oh my God, you were really messed up, huh?" And I was like, "Yeah." And they said, we went in there because my wife said you need IV bags, and I said, okay, whatever, And then the hospital staff, I don't remember if it was a doctor or a nurse, said, "Oh, you look fine." And what they're not used to seeing is endurance athletes, right? We're so used to beating ourselves into the ground that we look fine even though we're really messed up. And they did a test, some sort of hydration test, and then came back, and after telling me there was no way I needed IV bags, I looked fine and stuff like that, they came back and quietly hung up 2 IV bags.
Yeah.
And this was 2 days later,
Right. That's so funny because we got back. So as soon as I quit, we got back to the hotel. I had some I didn't know what it was, but I had tendonitis on one of my feet from the swim, and it just completely blew up, like elephantitis.
Oh. Okay.
And it was like my body like deciding, like, oh, okay, we're done. Cool. Now I'm gonna make you feel this. And and then with the cuts, and then Dan had mentioned this. I had really bad cuts. I still have scars. I actually have scars on my body from the wetsuit. Because I got really bad cuts, even though I used a ton of lube and stuff.
So where was that, on your neck or arms?
It was on my shoulders, mostly on my shoulders and my neck. Mm-hmm. So we decided, like, look, let's at least go down to like urgent care or something, just get these things checked out. And the same thing, like the doctor went to see me, and I said, well, I got this thing on my foot, and he's looking at my feet, and he looks at me, and he goes, "What happened to your neck?" Mm-hmm. And I said, "Oh, that, yeah, I was wearing a wetsuit." He goes, "What happened?" And I was like, "Well, I was in the water, I was swimming." And he said, "Well, where are you swimming?" I was like, "Oh, down in LA," and I cut myself. "Well, like, were you surfing?" I said, "Well, I was swimming from Catalina Island back to shore." And he goes, "That's kind of a long way, isn't it?" And so he was like piecing it together, and he said, and then he started laughing. He's like, "My partner does medical help at the Western States." And said she sees this stuff all the time. Yeah. So I had tendonitis in my foot and on my wrist, and he was like playing around with my wrist, and my wrist was squeaking. So as my hand went up and down, my wrist would squeak. Yeah. And he goes. So he said, "I want to do a test on the cuts to make sure they're not infected. Yeah. And I want to do what is the thing with the scanner? Not an X-ray. But an MRI. Yeah. He said, "I want to do an MRI on your wrist just because I'm curious." Mm-hmm. He said, "I've never seen that. I've never seen that before." So to your point, yeah,
I had that too.
They're used to seeing people that got hit in the head with a brick or something in the ER. They're not used to seeing people do weird endurance stuff. Yeah,
it's like you hit yourself in the head with a.
Well, that's what I think he thought when he saw my neck. He was like, "Did you try to hang yourself or something here? I mean, like, what are you doing?" Because I had really, really bad cuts.
They probably look like rope burn. I've had bad cuts on my neck from the wetsuit too.
I had like 5 or 6. They did look like rope burns, and I've got also nasty pictures of those. I didn't post those on the website.
And then when you get on the bike or you're on the run and you're sweating and that salty sweat gets in it while you're trying, the pain. So tell me about your wrist, because I've never met anybody else that had the same problem that I did. So the days after Tahoe, because south to north was 22 miles. It was like what you're talking about, right? It just wasn't salt water. And so my wrists for weeks were squeaky. I would hold them up to people. I go, "Here," and like I would twist my wrist front and back to somebody's ear, and you could hear this like that.
That's exactly
and
what it was.
That's tendonitis. I thought it was like gout or something like that.
I don't know.
What did he see on the MRI?
I don't know. He didn't tell me. Oh. But he's just said it's tendonitis. So there's something that you said that I just want to thank you for, Brett. And then I'm gonna jump off. Oh, okay. I gotta go pick up this pad thai night cheat day here at the house.
Yeah. It is Saturday night.
About what you saw in the video and telling me that it was a good thing to see, somebody at the end of the race to make that right decision, because I had a really hard time with that. Not necessarily the days after or the weeks after, because I felt really content, but the farther I get away from the event and I think about it again, I'm like, should I have done more? Could I have gone longer? all those things. And I know at the moment that was the right decision, and it still is and always will be the right decision for you to like, not, you don't even know me, but you see that makes me feel really, really good. And I appreciate you telling me that.
Yeah. Well, it's like
that does a lot for me personally to deal with that sort of feeling of incompleteness that I think all of us have.
No, if you can leave something there to help other people, that kind of completes it, right? That makes it feel like you got something out. Yeah. The so many races, all you see is people finishing, and you hear these glory stories of people toughing it out and stuff. What we don't see is when people don't make it and they end up with permanent injuries or really damaging themselves.
Well, and not making it it's okay. It's like that's the thing that I had to get to, and I started, like you mentioned, my website. People can go check out gofarther.today. It's gofarther.today. Or there's a Facebook page, Go Farther Today. And that's the thing that I realized, like looking back, I'm like, if I would have, like there's these arbitrary goals that were set up for us: swim this distance, run that distance, bike this distance, run that distance, right? If I would have just not told anybody what the goal was, but then come back from that and said, hey, everyone, guess what? I swam 23 miles. I biked 140. I ran 38. People are like, holy shit, that's freaking awesome.
Right.
But when you compare it to whatever arbitrary goal it is, whether it's an Ironman or a half marathon or a 10K, it's like, it feels like you didn't complete something, but you completed a lot.
Yeah. No,
and I think it's so important that we all like appreciate it's not even so much the race day, it's the process, it's the work we put in, it's the journey that goes into, it's the discipline that gives you the freedom to do these things. It's making decisions with your spouse or your partner or your family. It's enjoying these moments. It's going to the places like Catalina Island and Death Valley and Mojave Desert that I've never seen before in my life, even though I've been in California for 15 years.
Right.
Like these are all the things of the journey that for me, I think it's so important for people to understand. And it's one of the things that's sort of become a personal mission outside of my work to help people understand these things and how they can do more things, how they can go farther, which is why I came up with that little tagline.
Yeah.
And I just hope more people appreciate that, because a lot of us are these type A's. And it's like, oh, I didn't break 12 hours in the Ironman. It was a complete failure. It's like, no, man, you just spent 8 months of your life doing something awesome that inspired a lot of people and proved a lot to yourself and the people around you that you even had the discipline to even try.
Right.
And I think it's just so critically important that we don't get hung up on just finishing and winning. And even myself, I just told you how I felt incomplete or I didn't feel like I did enough, and it's hard, and it's important to take a step back and remember what's important.
Yeah, it's with these big ones like this, it's not, and you're going into something that you're not sure if you're going to be able to finish it or not. It's not really the distance or anything like that. It's like, who are you? You're going to be somebody different when this is over.
Yeah.
And are you ready for that? Because you're coming out of you're going to come out of the other end of this somebody else. And that's the whole point, right?
Yeah.
You're leaving an old you behind, and you're doing a whole lot of self-discovery. And then you come out different on the other side. And a coworker of mine asked me, when you do 100 or 50 mile, any of the ultra mile trail runs in the woods, what's the point? And I go, man, to go in the woods and have all day to yourself with just your brain and the trees, it's awesome.
Yeah.
You find out a whole lot about yourself, when you do
man.
that kind of stuff.
I mean, I just remember the feeling the day before and getting into the water, that first couple of strokes, and you're just like, here we go, man.
Dude,
it's
that's
like,
terrifying. Yeah,
it's really scary, man.
You got to tell me how scary that was. Was that just terrifying?
It was really scary. I mean, it was scary for a lot of reasons. It was scary because I knew I had a 5-year-old back home, a 4-year-old back at an apartment with his grandparents, and you could talk about there's no sharks, but
there's sharks.
I mean,
there's
sharks, man. And I thought about sharks. I thought about sharks probably 12 or 13 times, like for a long time, like for 5 minutes, and it's not like the movie where you hear the dun.
They just hit you. It's over. That's what great whites do. Yeah. And
I know everyone says there's no sharks, and I know there's no sharks, but it's it's not the same percentage as winning a Nobel Prize or getting hit by lightning, because it's based on situational statistics, not overall. And I was just like, those kinds of things. You're like, man, am I really going to do this?
Yeah.
And then to just do it, that's where like the whole idea, just starting.
Yeah.
Is so important in breaking through, because
once you get going,
starting is so much more important than finishing.
Yeah.
It's so much more important than finishing.
That's true. My God, that's still one of the ballsiest things I've ever seen is people starting that swim. That's crazy. Well, thanks for
dude, I've so
on.
enjoyed this, man.
Yeah.
Thanks for you really made me feel good about myself. Thanks for having me on. This has been therapeutic for me.
You don't need me to do that, man. That's you were the one out there doing it. I wish I was there with you. It sounds like it was fun at times.
At times. Yeah, it would have been good to have more bodies out there for sure.
Yeah.
But maybe next time. And love to do it again. Or if I'm down there or you're up here, let's go for a ride or a run or something.
You got it, man. All right.
All right, Brett. Take it easy, buddy.
All right. Talk to you later.
See ya. Bye.
All right, Scott, thank you for joining in on the program and giving us your insight into how Uberman went down. I really appreciate it. And let's see if my self-supported Ironman or Ultraman goes down in the fall, and if we can drag him down here for that. If he feels like all that training again, we are available. Also, I've got a tweet from Triboomer, who's my go-to buddy, who's done probably the most insane stuff with me on a regular basis. He sent me a message saying, hey, let's do something. And that's trouble. And I said, yeah, man, I'm eyeballing the Brazos 100 this fall. And it's dead flat trail. And in December, actually, next winter. And maybe we'll do that. So we'll see if that actually goes anywhere. Be kind of cool if we got a whole bunch of ZenTri people wanting to go do that. All right, we have all that. And before we get to the training log, where I go in detail and take you with me while I record what I'm doing, why I'm doing it, and how I'm doing it, got a little bit of keto stuff in the end there. I have some donations and cards and letters to email or to read that came in by email. So let's go ahead and hit them. First one is Matt Kraft sent in a donation. And just a quick message. He says, thanks, Brett. Big fan of the show and longtime listener. By far the best tri podcast out there. And seeing how you fit your training around a busy life. Looking forward to trying Hornet Juice in my lead up to Ironman Australia in 10 weeks. We'll let you know how the HJ goes. That's what we call the Hornet Juice, the HJ. Regards, Matt Kraft. There are no exclamation points in this email. What is up? Come on. All right. Matt, thanks for trying out the Hornet Juice. I used some of it today on a 1.5 hour long bike ride, doing a ketogenic bike ride. I'm recording, and right outside my what the heck is that? Is that a helicopter? Oh my gosh, our street has a house under construction, and it's just been nonstop. I waited to record whenever I thought the truck was gone, and now another truck has showed up to load sod. So I guess we're going to have construction sounds in the background. That's Hornet Juice building your body. Well, now they turned it off. Okay. You can get Hornet Juice on the right side of ZenTriathlon.com. Quick little link right there. It's kind of purple and yellow. And it's an amino acid. It's a protein powder that enables your body to burn body fat a little bit more. And it's really cool stuff. One packet lasts an hour and a half. So you can do a 3-hour workout and only use 2 servings. And it makes you feel like a diesel engine. It's really cool. So go check it out. It's Hornet Juice on the right-hand side. When you get it through there, a small percentage goes back to ZenTri, to me, and you get an email from me saying, hey, thanks for ordering the Hornet Juice. And then you have my email address, and then you can send me emails like this and actually ask me questions, and I can answer them on the show. And if it's imperative, like you need to know right now, then I can go ahead and answer them right in the email right then. But anyway, Yeah, that's a Hornet Juice order right there. Pretty cool. You can donate to the show on the left-hand side, support the show, recurring donation, one-time donation, and it all works out the same. You've got my email address after that, and we can chat and have fun. Okay, Jonathan Woodman sent in a donation. Hun Chu is a regular donor. So is Katie Jo Favia, James Godek, Peter Salzin, Matthew Heinz. Matthew, when I get your Matt Hines, when I get your donation notice, your name when you wrote it down the first time, it's in all caps, so it's really funny. It always says Matthew Hines, and then let's see, Allison Frutos and Matthew Froese, and I have some more I need to get to. If you didn't hear your name on the show and you donated, don't worry, I've got them in the queue. I've got to get this show out. I'm a little bit behind, and yeah, so that's all good. All right. On this episode of the training log, of course, we have swimming tips, like I said, some keto stuff. I take you with me running, all kinds of good stuff. And I think that's it. So let's not delay any longer and get to the good stuff. Here we go. Welcome to the training log.
You are entering the ZenTri training log zone. Huneli.
Hi everybody, my name's Brett. I'm a triathlete.
I decided it's time I got some friends more suited to my status.
But Joe, we've been friends for years.
Hey, we all make mistakes. Come on, dudes, let's go exercise! Exercise! Yeah! I'm gonna do sit-ups till I poop myself!
All right. Training log. Monday the something, February 25th-ish, I believe, something like that. Oh man, I almost got hit by a dump truck. All right, leaving the pool, trying to get my act together. Emily is texting me, telling me she had a great weekend. Man, I had an awesome weekend. Lots of mountain biking. Oh, so much fun. Especially watching mountain bike videos on YouTube. Like people doing awesome stuff with lots of flow. And then that inspires you to ride with way more flow. So it was really funny because I did a long ride, a 3-hour ride on my tri bike, just riding around like I usually do. Actually went a little bit easier and pushed my seat back a little bit, back towards the rear wheel, trying to figure out what's going on. My left foot goes, forefoot goes numbish, starts to swell towards the end of longer rides, or about an hour and a half in, depending on how hard I pedal. So I was going a little bit easier, and also the seat back. And I noticed that that seemed to do it. If I get too far forward on my saddle, then I end up pointing my toes down, getting over the pedals too much, and then that puts pressure on my foot, especially across the top of my foot, and then I think my foot reflexes back by going, oh, you want to put pressure on me? I'm going to swell up. And also, just the pressure in general causes tightness, right? Because it's pressure. And then that tightness of the shoe cover across the top of the foot makes the whole foot start going a little bit numb. So pushing the seat back, I noticed, pulls back the foot against the front of the shoe, the front top of the shoe. Okay, this is getting boring. All right, so I had a good ride. Anyway, 3-hour, 60-mile ride, and then had about an hour break before I had to drive a pretty short distance, about 15 minutes, over to get Kai started on his mountain bike practice. So ride was like from 8:30 to 11:30, and then his mountain bike practice started at 1. And since I'm already there and dropping him off, I ride my mountain bike. And I could tell today was the first day in a while where I was like, oh man, I'm a little tired. Because I just did a 3-hour ride. Even though I was going a little bit easier on purpose. And let's see, average 19.9. Those tri-bikes are so fast, man. So fast. But I've noticed on the tri-bike that I'm riding my training wheels that came with the bike. They come with 25 millimeter wide, training hoops. rims, whatever. But they're not aero, they're just regular old road rims. But they are kind of wide, and with 25 millimeter tires on them. And that's pretty cool, because you definitely feel a little bit more secure in turns and in potholes and crap like that, just the tiniest bit. But they are slower than aero wheels, because I got some old Zips. I got a 404 front and an 808 rear that's actually got a disc wheel cover on it, which is the cheapest way. I will never buy a disc wheel. That is so ridiculous when you can just put a wheel cover on your rear wheel. And of course it was windy and all that stuff, and but the difference is dramatic as far as speed. I think it knocks off about 1 mile per hour on average, a boot. And hold on, I gotta sip some green smoothie. I'll tell you my green smoothie. If you endure me listening to me drink my green smoothie, I'll tell you what's in it. Give you some ideas. Ah, 2 leaves of kale, big handful of blueberries, organic blueberries, already clean. And I need to switch lanes here in a second. And what else? Hemp powder, coconut milk, water. Guy was asking me about smart water. He goes, "Daddy, is smart water good?" I think he's calling me Dad now. Dad and Mom, not Mommy and Daddy. Mom and Dad. We're at that age now, 12. And then I said, well, it's really expensive and it's no better than any other water. So actually, when I see somebody walking around with a bottle of smart water in their hand, I usually think they're dumb. He looked at me because he's holding a bottle of smart water in his hand. I go, you're different because you didn't know any better. Now you just learned, and now you know. And from now on, you'll know. But if you just look at it, it's just water with a little bit more electrolytes. You know, and College Station water is already really salty. We have saltish water. I guess that makes it hard water or soft water. I don't remember. But I said our water is already loaded with salt, so you don't need any more electrolytes in our water. Just for walking around. You know, if you're exercising, saltstick.com, then definitely you need some electrolytes, but not for our water. Anyway, so I'm the difference between mountain biking and road riding. So 3 hours road riding, and then I go mountain biking for about an hour and a half, and I'm tired, right? So if you're tired, you can't force it. You got to go with the flow and let the bike roll over stuff and use the momentum of the bike, and try not to use your brakes so you can use your momentum so that you can slide through stuff. Oh, and it was a little bit wet, so I got covered in mud, and that felt so good. And started losing control of the bike a little bit, kind of here and there in turns, and it got fun. At one point, I was completely sideways sliding, and I slid partway into some bushes, but was actually in control of the bike the whole time and never put my feet down. So I was balanced, sliding sideways, and recovered. But I was in control the entire time, and then kept on pedaling, you know, on my merry ass way. And, you know, I don't know, 10, 15 seconds later, I was like, whoa, that was cool. That was, if I wasn't experienced at mountain biking, I would have slid out and crashed. But I actually, probably if there was a camera on me, I'd probably look pretty cool, sliding sideways on purpose, sliding and not crashing. And oh man, we got in the car, and Kai was like, "Dad, I almost wrecked." He goes, "I wrecked like all these times, like 7 times I wrecked." And I go, "Oh man." And he goes, "Yeah, it was awesome." I always say mountain biking is so good for the soul, like so good. So I ended up getting a 4.5 hour training day in yesterday. And then I ended up overeating. I was doing UCAN, and then just a little bit of maple syrup with it, like a tablespoon per hour, maybe half a tablespoon per hour maple syrup with it, to kind of let the hold on to the water. And it was okay. I was fine, but it really wasn't enough. And then I end up overeating carbs later, right? If you underdo it, then you end up overdoing it later. And of course, later is not all that great. Oh man, we went to this mountain bike. No, we went to somebody's 40th birthday, and they own 250 acres out in the Texas countryside. And there were snakes, mountain biking, fishing in a pond, beer drinking, soccer ball kicking, football throwing. Somebody got hit in the face. I fell down while going after a soccer ball, but then I was holding a beer in my hand, and I managed to keep my beer from spilling, even though I fell for like 25 feet. Like one of those stumble fall. And then whatever I did, I made sure I didn't spill my beer. That was pretty cool. And we came up with a really great story, a horror movie, because there's cows all over the place. And we're mountain biking on the cattle trail, and also there's like a four-wheeler, like one of these big quads, big one that has seats on the back, all this crap. And the cows were all over the place, and cows think you're going to feed them with hay, so they come up to you. They come up to the fire. I posted a picture on Instagram, ZenTriathlon on Instagram. And what did they do? Oh, we came up with a good horror movie story. So cows come out of the dark at the campfire, and they look at you, and then you realize one of them has vertical slit pupils. There's that story about, it's true, how to identify a venomous snake. Venomous means if it bites you, it injects venom in you and kills you, right? Poisonous means you eat it and it kills you, right? So there's, if it bites you and kills you, then it's venomous. So anyway, how to identify a venomous snake is if it has round pupils, it's not venomous. This is like, I'm sure there's an exception. If it has vertical slit pupils, like a cat, then it's venomous. And so we came up with a story that if you see a cow, well, these people are camping, minding their own business, having a good time at a party, somebody's 40th birthday party, and then one of the cows that you can see through the firelight that's hanging around the perimeter has vertical slit eyes. Bum, bum, bum. Writing prompt. Get me back with your part of the story. Hit me back. And maybe I'll read it on the air. If you have like the next paragraph or two. Next chapter. That was chapter 1. Give me the next chapter. My email is Texafornia, T-E-X-A, Texafornia. The girl with T-A-X-T-E-X-I is tired of getting emails from y'all, by the way. Anyway, give me the next chapter. I'll read it on the air. Of what happens with a venomous cow. Try to feed it. All of a sudden it starts killing people, going around. It's got dead bodies hanging from its horns. Oh, man. So this is nice. This is a nice little ride here. I was listening to, the difference between road biking and mountain biking. Road biking is sustained efforts. It's really good for training you for just overall horsepower, right? Mountain biking is so technical. It's really good for learning bike handling skills. And at one point on my bike yesterday, on my road bike, my tri-bike, I did start sliding, I don't know, some wet paint at an intersection or something like that. The back end started going out from under me a little bit, and I recovered like it was nothing. Like I didn't even think about it until after it was over. I was like, oh man, I think I was sliding out and I recovered without my reflexes were so fast from all the mountain biking that I got my wheel back under me and just didn't even think about it. And I was like, holy crap, did I just slide out a little bit and pull it back in? Yeah, I'm almost a W to the ERK. Oh, my green smoothie. Let's see what is in it. We've got kale leaves, blueberries, hemp powder, coconut milk, a banana. Threw a banana in there. Got a Vitamix. Oh, I put a matcha powder, which is green tea. I get Kiss Me Organics off of Amazon. And I put in a spoonful of matcha powder. Let's see if that, it's green tea, so it's caffeine-y. So let's see what it ends up doing to old Brett here throughout the day. I need something to motivate me to drink it. I'll make a green smoothie and then I won't drink it all, even though that's the thing I need to be drinking. Oh my. Am I here early? There's hardly any cars in the parking lot. One day I came here to work with, we had a day off. I came from swimming. I came to work and I was like, why is everybody gone? Oh, remind me. Note to self. I ordered the Apple AirPod earphones and we're going to see how they go. Okay? They're back ordered, so it's going to be a few weeks. 6 weeks, 4 to 6 weeks or something like that. But anyway, we'll see. All right, out. Bang. All right, we need to mention UCAN. UCAN is a super starch. This is really cool stuff. It's a super slow acting carbohydrate, almost to the point of your body doesn't know what it's doing. It's like we're getting energy from somewhere else is happening. And it's really great for swimming. You want to go swim for an hour and not be needing to, take sips from a bottle on the side. Your coach hits you over the head with a kickboard, like my coach used to do. Quit jacking around. Get back in the water. Quit being lazy at the wall. Keep on swimming. And you can do this, and especially in races, right? You're going to do an Ironman. You're going to be in the water for an hour. You're doing a half Ironman. You're going to be in the water for half an hour plus. You're going to be going and going and going. You don't have a chance to drink or refuel out there. You can't drink out of a bottle while you're swimming. Well, you kind of can with UCAN, because UCAN is a very, very slow drip carbohydrate. And so it slowly releases into your system, so you can kind of preload with this stuff before you're going to do something long. It also kind of saves your teeth from all that sugar, right? Because you can power this stuff down. It's actually pretty easy to drink. And then you have energy for like an hour, hour and a half from this stuff. This is really cool. So it comes in different flavors. You have chocolate. You have some stuff with some protein added in if you want that, and some electrolytes added in if you want that. And they also have orange, tropical punch, and all this different stuff. And so what I do is I get up in the morning, I drink, I have a little bit of breakfast, tiny little bit of breakfast, some coffee, and then right before I leave to go to the pool, I drink a bottle of UCAN pretty quickly, and then by the time I get to the pool, you got your energy, you feel nice and good, that slow release, and it just works, man. It's really amazing, and it's actually helped me break the habit of needing sugar by the side of the pool. I think I've pretty much turned around, pretty positive. I've turned around my needs for sugar by using UCAN. I've become much less sugar dependent and way more fat enhanced metabolism going on, and I did it through using UCAN. The latest thing that I've done with it is one time I did it half the swim, but my latest was I did a full swim, nonstop butterfly for 1 hour after drinking UCAN. 3,150 yards, nonstop, all butterfly, drinking UCAN. Before I got to the pool, chocolate flavored was what I did. And I just swam easy, smooth, and did the whole thing. I posted the workout. You can go check it out. It was crazy. And I plan on doing it more because it was actually fun. It actually wasn't even all that hard. I just kept it easy. And you can do the same kind of stuff, a long, continuous workout, hour and a half, without needing the fuel by pre-fueling with UCAN. Check it out. You go to UCAN's website, and they have the opportunity for you to put in a discount code. If you use discount code ZenTri, ZenTri, all caps, you can get it 15% off. How about that? That's pretty cool. And then they turn around and send a little bit this way to ZenTri itself. And man, if that's not a good advertisement for these guys, this stuff works. It's awesome. I love it. You can get a discount. You can support ZenTri. Get on it. Get on it. Break all that sugar. Break that habit, man. Get on something that's a little bit better for you with some UCAN. All right, let's get back to the episode. Here we go. All right, back on the road. let's see. We're gonna talk about Apple iPhones for a minute, wireless, waterproof, and then a little bit about this individual, this woman that got busted for running, and she got second place in a marathon but cheated, and how somebody busted her. I have mixed feelings about it, but let me do this one thing. When I drive to the pool in the morning, I get irritated when somebody drives right behind me with their headlights on. I'm trying to relax on my drive into the pool. I grew up in Houston for a long time, and I hate traffic. I get mad in gridlock. And so when I'm driving, I live in this tiny little country town so that I don't have to deal with traffic. So when it's 5:30 in the morning and I'm driving down a highway and somebody decides to get right behind me with their headlights on, when there's all the road in the world and all the space in the world, I get mad. So I have this habit of turning my side view mirrors pointed more out and down, and also my rear view mirror kind of like more kind of off to the side, so their headlights can't reflect directly into my eyes because it drives me so crazy. Anyway, so I was just fixing those. I used to be sponsored by, I forgot the name of the company. They make waterproof earphones. But what I found is I actually like Jaybirds. Jaybirds are my favorite waterproof, sweat-proof headphones. And Bluetooth, they're wireless. So while you're running, I've noticed that if you have a headphone cable hanging down, it actually changes your running form a little bit because you're trying not to hit it with your hand. And also, one time I got my headphones caught in the front wheel of my bike, and it just ate them. It ate the cable, just ripped them apart. And so the first time I actually saved up and bought a pair of Bluetooth headphones, I was blown away at how much better it is for biking and running without a cable hanging down to interfere with your workout. And there is a downside. You're always like, connect to Bluetooth, and it starts connecting to everything, or it won't find a connection, and it's up and down and up and down. I mean, it's kind of a pain in the ass. Jaybird seem to be some of the best with that, getting rid of that problem. They seem to be pretty slick, pretty smooth. And there's a version of Jaybirds that'll last like 5 hours or so, which is nice. And what I do is I take the cable and that connects the two sides, and they just stick in your ear, they're in-ear Bluetooth, and I tuck that into the back of my visor while I'm running, and then it tends to not bounce, and then I'm totally hands-free and don't have a problem. And it seems to be pretty nice. So when Apple came out with these new AirPods, I'm on the fence about it because everything depends. I'm on the fence about it because they look stupid. They look the funniest things. They sticking out of your ears. They either look like Q-tips or they look like tampon strings. It's so funny. It's because they're white, and they would look really good if they were black. They have no problem selling them right now. They're back ordered. I just ordered some 4 to 6 weeks. But my God, black would look so much better. I've looked into, can you paint them? I mean, you can, but it's such a pain in the ass, and you're probably going to mess it up. But the main thing I was looking for is, Apple they're the same shape as the Apple regular earphones. And I like those. They're fine for me. And those stay in my ear, no problem. And I found YouTube videos of people running with them. I haven't found anybody biking yet to see if they stay in your ears biking. They're sweat-proof, really waterproof, or water resistant. Nice job on that. Good battery life. And then the thing that I really like is because they're separated, you can have just one in. And it goes back to like when you're a kid, and I had these fantasies when I was a kid of having some sort of like, to cheat on tests, to have like one thing in your ear, right? Well, the other thing is, and not both, so it makes it pretty easy. But the thing that I'm big on is at work, it would be really cool to have just one earphone in. They apparently work if you have just one in. And that would be rad. Hold on, let me make sure I'm recording. I gotta check. And yes. So I would really like to have just one earphone in. And apparently if you just have one in, then I think the other one might not be using battery. Oh, and it comes with a little case that you can put them in. So anyway, my fantasy now is not cheating on tests, but sitting at my desk and having a earphone in my ear, and on one side, say my right side, and then I can listen to music, I can ignore other people, sorta. But anyway, I can listen to music or podcasts or whatever I'm doing, and I don't have like a cable hanging down under, even the wireless headphones, right? I won't have cables hanging out from my ear. I'll have a tampon string hanging out at one ear, but that's it. And I'll be one of the first to have it at my job, and I'll get made fun of, I'm sure. But, ooh, I'm gonna catch this light. But I'm pretty excited about it. There's some cows. Hey, moo cows, what's up? I'm pretty excited about it. I'm a little worried about riding my bike and them popping out of my ear, with the wind there. Maybe I'll go ahead and buy the things while I'm waiting. Yeah, that's smart, Brett. Oh man, there's a cool old Mustang. You can buy a cable for $10, I think. It's just a plastic cable that snaps to the end of your earphones, your iPod Airs, AirPods, whatever they're calling them, and connects them. There's no real wire in them. It doesn't do anything, but it does hold them together. So if one falls out, you'll have the other one, and they'll it's easier to find. There's this thing like if you lose one, you can make your phone play a sound. Oh, the downside is there's no they need to be black, and there needs to be controls on them. Apparently, if you tap them, you can make it pause. It can sense that it's been tapped. But as far as adjusting the volume up and down, they're like, oh my God, there's no controls on these things. What am I ever going to do? And then I think back, man, when I was a kid and I had a Walkman, you just reach down and adjust the volume up and down on your Walkman, your pause, your volume up, volume down. So I'm like, it's not that big of a deal. That I could get used to. So, yeah, I guess in a future episode, it's going to be a while. I'll be testing them out and see how fast I can kill these things with sweat. The problem around here in Texas, anywhere along the Gulf Coast in the United States, it is so unbelievably hot. I mean, out of this world, that things that other people, around the United States, around the world, are like, oh yeah, they're sweat-proof. Yeah, you think they're sweat-proof, man. They are not sweat-proof. They haven't suffered through real sweating. And so we'll see how that goes. All right, I'll be back in just a second. All right, I'm back. I just got finished rinsing off mountain bikes. Getting all the dirt and stuff off so they shift better. Started getting kind of crappy in the shifting area. Shifting department, both Kai's and my own. It's funny, like Emily takes care of certain stuff around the house, and I take care of others because whatever people are more into. Anyway, the other thing I wanted to cover is talking about who you are and ego and stuff influencing your actions. I'm listening to an audiobook. What's it called? Let me see if I can find it. And it's really good. I've just barely started it, so I can't really recommend it just yet. But I want to talk about quantum physics for just a second. I was listening to Neil deGrasse Tyson on Joe Rogan. What's the name of this audiobook? Let me look. And, the audiobook is called, stop it. It's called Breaking the Habit of Being Yourself. And it's just like looking at yourself a different way. Anyway, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Joe Rogan asked him, so what is quantum physics? Explain it. Is it this thing where, light goes over here, but then you see it over there, whatever? And Neil deGrasse Tyson said, people are blowing this way out of proportion. They're exaggerating the point. The whole point, quantum. You know how like when you quantify things, quantify means to count. Well, quantum physics is, y'all ready? Because this is really easy. It's when things get small enough that just observing them changes their behavior, their position, is it over here, is it over there? For example, if something's really, really tiny, well, how do you see it? Well, a photon, you have to see it by a photon of light bouncing off of it, right? And then coming to you. Well, if it's small enough, a photon of light bouncing off of it will move it. Do you ever notice, like, if you're wearing a bright yellow shirt and you're looking at a piece of white paper, that your shirt is reflecting, the paper seems like yellowish because you're, like, especially one of these highlighter yellow shirts, because light is bouncing off of the paper. Well, the fact of what you're wearing is changing the color, the appearance of the color of the paper, right? So you are having an effect on this. And I was thinking about this the other day. The observer effect. I think it's called the observer effect. And there was guys the other day out counting. It was college students, I think, and they were wearing these yellow safety vests that are pretty bright. And I'm sure they put them on them. You're doing a research subject, and they're counting cars as they go through an intersection. They're probably counting how many people run the left light, the light when turning left at this one intersection, and just observing it and counting it. And well, the fact is two guys wearing yellow vests on the corner is going to reduce the number of people running the light, right? Because you're going to be like, oh, what are those people doing? They're watching me. It's just like you can put this is a proven thing. You can put a cardboard cutout of a cop or put a cop car with nobody in it at an intersection or in front of a store, and the robberies and theft go down big time, right? Because people just feel like there's a cop there. They feel like they're being watched. And so you can change the behavior in lots of things. And so it affects the quantification. Quant is where you count, where you quantify, measure. And so quantum physics is a level of physics that's so small, where items are so small that simply measuring them can change where they are. They can be anywhere, but when you look, they got to be somewhere. So you looking puts them over there, puts an electron over there. But if you look over there, well, then it's over there, right? Well, it's got to be somewhere. So you looking at it like actually changes it. It's pretty wild stuff, actually, because they can pair. I don't know what they pair together. Nuclear piece. I don't know what it was. The smallest piece was a quark or something like that. But anyway, they can pair them together. They can link them, tie them together, and then if they separate them, they flip the polarity of one. It flips the polarity of the other because they're linked, even though they could be on the opposite sides of a room or opposite sides of the Earth. It's really weird that things that aren't touching. Somehow you can sync them up and then flip them. And you're like, well, what's the point of that? Well, imagine if you got that science down to the point of where by your hands you put a shifter for your bike, and you pushing that lever pushes the lever on the back of your bike to shift the gears, right? That's the kind of thing they're thinking of, is like on Earth you could operate a drill, and in space it operates the same drill because it's made out of paired material, and you could be operating a drill in space instead of sending somebody up there to do it. All kinds of crazy crap like that. It's pretty neat. But the book, Quitting Being Yourself, or whatever I call it, is interesting because they're like, who you are is, which is a measurable thing. What you're doing. The things you own and the things you do, the things you eat. the amount of success, the amount of money and all that stuff that you have, those things are all quantifiable, are actually derived, created over time by your perception, which is very true, of what you should be and what you should be doing and what you are. And one, if you start with the second one of the mindset, then you can affect the output. And it's kind of like that wishful thinking stuff, whatever the secret. But it is very true. My mom was a college counselor, and she said that what you do with kids when they're growing up is you always talk about college as if it's something that it's a certainty. When you go to college, not if, it's when. When you go to college, it'll be this: hey, let's pick out which college you're going to go to, not what you might go to, but which one you are going to go to. She kept an SAT book, SAT questions and words and things like that, by the breakfast table, by our kitchen table. And when you were bored, I'm bored, read that book. And that mindset of I'm an athlete, so you can change your mindset. Instead of being a short course athlete, I'm only a short course athlete. Well, that's stupid. You could be a long course athlete. Anybody can. You're actually going slower. It's just nutrition. It's not it's what you eat. Everybody's pretty much the same. So it's very engineering capable. Your top end speed is what's more limited by genetics, probably. So what you do, I'm not, that episode where I went on a rant, I love that one. I'm not a morning person, right? No, you could be a morning person. You don't have to not be a morning person. Anyway, it's all mindset. And your mindset, the observer, right, can affect what you think you're looking at, and the way you think in your mind can, over time, affect your output in real life. I love this stuff where it's the, if you come from a mindset of abundance and that you can work and become better instead of it's called the fixed mindset versus it's not scalable, but fixed mindset is where you just think you are something and the world is a certain way, and you can't change things. And I forgot the other one. The other mindset is where you view the world as, you view yourself as somebody that, so like somebody goes, I could never learn Chinese. And it's like, well, of course you could. 2-3 billion people have learned Chinese. Of course you can learn Chinese. Just you gotta work at it, and it's gonna be a little bit of work, and then you'll get there, right? Then obstacles, your whole life is completely different. If you view that anything is possible, it just takes work. And so raising Kai, I read this one article that said, don't tell your kid that they're smart when they get a good grade on a test. Tell them that they did great on the test and they must feel really great and congratulations, all the good stuff, because they worked hard, right? Then they connect work to gaining success. They're like, oh, if I work, then I'll get it, right? And I've been doing that ever since Kai was born. He got 10th at that last race, and I said, man, you worked really hard. Congratulations. All that training paid off. You got 10th. I didn't say, well, yeah, you're an awesome biker, right? Because then that's a sense of entitlement and self-identity. And then if he gets injured, then he gets all depressed, or doesn't do well, he gets all depressed and wants to give up, right? So like I have my whole ego caught up in being an awesome swimmer, which is a problem, because then when I broke my arm, then I don't know what to do with myself, and I get all depressed and in a funk, and I hate life, right? If instead I had the mindset, and I kind of do, I'm kind of in the gray area in between, of because I turned myself into a long distance swimmer. I was a good short distance swimmer, but I've turned myself with lots of work into a good long distance swimmer. So I'm like, yeah, I don't have to really swim all that crazy fast. I just got to put in lots of practice, and then my form will clean up, and I'll get better and better and better and better. And then I'll learn the pacing, and then I'll become a good long distance swimmer. So to overcome the broken arm, I just had to put in practice and figure out what works, right? And that's where we are. Okay, that was the rant out my ass. And I need to go back into W to the ERK. I hope you all enjoyed that because I have no idea where all that came from. All right, more in a minute. Out, bang. All right, let's take a break. All right, let's take a break for a minute and talk about SaltStick. SaltStick.com/ZenTri is where you can get a discount on your own Salt Stick. So Salt Stick is electrolytes that is the same profile as what you sweat out. So if you sweat it out, that's what you actually put back in with Salt Stick. It's really cool. I love it that it's these capsules that you can either take whole and, you can do like while you're riding along, they have this dispenser that you can twist out. That's the one you see all the time. I remember seeing it on Craig Alexander's bike, multiple Ironman world champion. And you can just twist out these capsules and then pop them as you need them. And then there's also the capsule, because they are capsules, you can actually open them up and tap out the salt, but it's not salt, it's electrolyte mix as needed to make your own fuel. I love making my own fuel. I'll make a 3-hour water bottle, fuel bottle. It's got maltodextrin, and I could do maple syrup or honey, and just whatever I want in there. And then I'm like, oh yeah, I need to add some electrolyte in there. So I'll tap in a capsule or 2 or 3 of Salt Stick. And I just really like it. When they approached us, I was like, yes, I will definitely work with you guys to be a sponsor. So you can get your own Salt Stick by going to saltstick.com and then /ZenTri. And that gets you in the door to get your discount. And while you're in there, make sure you check out these chewables. I love them, man. They're so cool. I keep them right next to my bike right now on the trainer. And they're kind of a citrus lemon lime flavor. And you can just pop one in your mouth and it breaks apart, crumbles apart. Really nice like. All nice like. And yeah, that's a big shout out to Salt Stick. And you go check them out. We should also mention that there's been studies that show that athletes that use Salt Stick finish races faster than their competition, and we want you to do the same. So go check it out. All right, back to the show. All right, home salads. I'm here in the woods at the edge of my neighborhood. I'm about to run in. Let's see can you hear are those tree frogs or crickets? Let's see if we can get close and maybe you can hear them. Anyway, I'm running home. I'm gonna start running here in a second. I'm right in the middle of a run. Almost done. Got half a mile left. And I'm running home. My son's in Boy Scouts, and I wanted to run tonight. There's not enough time to eat dinner and run. I'll puke and or have a crappy run, I've learned. So ate dinner, went to Boy Scouts, and Emily went too. She's on parent committee, and she's driving the car home, and I'm running home 4 miles. It's actually less than 4. It's like less than 3.5. It's 3.3 something. And I'm adding on a little bit of section here. That's why I'm out in the woods. But it's mostly, it's entirely sidewalk, bike lane, street lights. And I'm doing it a little bit to set the example, to be an inspiration to the boys. I was already planning on doing it. And then my nephew couldn't make it to Scouts tonight because he didn't have a ride, and he lives half a mile from my house. And so I texted his dad, and it was too late. I said, hey, next time, this kid's super athletic. I'm like, make him ride his bike, dude. I'm running, and I've got 80 pounds on him or something, so he could ride his bike. He already rides his bike to high school and stuff like that. So, and he's like, oh yeah, that's a good idea. But let's go ahead and start moving. One of the reasons I run is because somebody inspired me, you know. We got to pass this stuff down. It's kind of like the lost art of being able to hear buffalo over the hill, you know, putting your ear to the ground, or track animals. There's the lost art, I can't do that, but there's the lost art of freaking getting your own ass around town by foot or by bike. You think you don't have a car, that you can't get anywhere. So a few of the boys saw me change in the bathroom. After I changed, they saw me out of my assistant scoutmaster uniform. You look like a giant Boy Scout. And into running clothes. And they go, what are you doing? I go, I'm running home. They go, you're going to run all the way home? And I go, yeah, it's easy. It's just a few miles. Makes you feel good. And they're going to remember that. And I'm hoping I can keep this up, because I haven't been able to work out Monday nights, because that's when we have scouts. But if I... Ooh, mud. Oh, it's dry. It's not bad. If I make a habit, if I become the person that runs home from the scout meetings, oh, Mr. Blankner runs home every meeting. He ran home every meeting. Then when these other kids are stuck, they got a backpack this summer, like 50 to 100 miles, you know? And a lot of these kids now are fat, out of shape. They don't do anything. And they see, they want to get fit and healthy, and it crosses their mind. They can point to an example that they saw. Old man Blankner signed off on canoeing merit badge for 10 different kids, and then threw on his running gear and ran home like a badass. Anyway, and Kai had his bike. Kai was going to bike home with me, but he wanted to get home and he has homework to study for. Anyway, I'm running in I've started running in cotton shirts. Like real thin, right? The cotton shirts I grew up with were always thick and heavy. Of course, they chafe. But I was listening to an interview with Gordon Ainsley, who literally invented the Western States 100. It used to be a horse race. His horse quit, so he ran the rest of the way. A year or two ago, he was doing an interview and said he was into running with these real thin cotton t-shirts you can get now. You get a tight fitting one. They actually are really comfortable. Don't chafe. I never run really far with one, so I can't promise. But they shed water, so they cool, because they're not thick enough to hold water very much. And then you got all these different patterns and colors. I'm wearing one right now that's light blue with the white at Imperial Walker on the front. It's a Star Wars one. It's like the engineering drawing of an AT-AT from Empire Strikes Back and the newest movie. Man, this is nice. I'm almost home. Did I hit 4 miles yet? Ooh, 3.94. Let's see what the Sunto Spartan Ultra sounds like when it ticks over. Do I have it set to miles or minutes? I don't remember. Man, there was something else I was going to talk about too. But you're just running with me. This is cool. Oh, I've got new shoes. Adidas Boost STs.
Adidas Boost Ultras. Super comfy. 4.0. It's not gonna beat. Alright, now I'm at my house. Let's these are really, really, really expensive shoes. They're $180, which is way too much money. But the fact is, you can wear them easily 3 times as long as other shoes. So you cut that down by 3, what is that? $60? And I got them through Roadrunner Sports, where you can send them back if they don't fit, even after you've run in them forever, if you sign up for the VIP thing. So I got the blue ones. Pretty nice. There's a car stalking me over there. Yo, what's up? Lurking. And we were driving the Scouts because we drove there, and I told Kai, I said something about the Jaren needed to bike or run there. There's no excuse not to miss the meeting. You know, you only have so many meetings, and then you don't get your Eagle Scout. And because you have to do it by your 18th birthday. Oh, I can see. But let's listen to the water pouring into it. We're doing a soundscape. It's water rolling into a gutter. And I told Kai, I said, you're going to hear a whole lot more of this from me about riding your happy ass there on your bike. He's like, him and Emily. I said, what are you talking about? I said, dude, when you're 14, 15 years old and or even 16, 17, and you don't have a driver's license or you don't have a car at the moment, you better not ask me to drive you somewhere. I'm going to say, get your happy ass on your bicycle and pedal over there, dude. Not only that, I'm hoping that you want to do that. I know it won't be cool and all that, but if you have a cool bike, it's cool. Sort of. I know. Bikes just aren't cool at a certain age bracket. Then all of a sudden they're super cool again. If you're friends with people that think bikes are cool, then all of a sudden they're cool. So you can always do that. And I'm following Triathlon Taren's little advice to help me get over my injury. He didn't give me the advice. I was just listening and decided to try something he's already doing himself, which is run almost every day, but just run fewer miles. So I'm doing 4 miles today, cutting it back down to 4.5 every day, seeing if that is easier than doing 6.5 every other day, trying to work my way back up. You know, I cut back on my running. Running is hard, man, to get back into. I'm barely making a 10-minute mile sometimes. And before I got injured, I was doing very low 8, sometimes a high 7. Oh, okay, I'm at the door. Let's go on in. Let's see what's happening. Oh my God, I'm locked out. There's Zoe. Housekeeping, you need fresh towels, please? You need this as housekeeping? You need fresh towels? Who is it?
The password.
Password is housekeeping. Fresh towels, please. No.
You don't have a password?
No password. Okay.
Let's see if Zoe approves.
I guess I'll let you in, Daddy. I guess.
This is our fearless watchdog. Where's Kai?
He just went to bed.
He went to bed? Did he get his studying in he was so worried about?
We went over the whole review and he missed one question.
Oh. And here's our cat. We're on a podcast right now. That was the cat sniffing. Yes. All right, 4 miles, babe. Good job. All right. You're so impressed, I know. I'm so impressed. All right, everybody. I think we have here your moment of zen for the podcast. Every podcast I try to put forth, invoke, I don't know the word, a little bit of zen that works. I should write a book called that, Zen That Works. It's, timeless, but figuring out how to apply it to modern society is always interesting. And just when you think it's out of date, it actually works even better than before. So I was listening to some kind of productivity show. Maybe it was the Productivity Show or Asian Productivity podcast. It's pretty good too. Anyway, and they were saying something to try is do things as slowly as possible. And it was just an offhanded comment. And when you do things really slowly, then you can really enjoy them. Stuff like that. That's not my point. My point is, I tried it, and I realized something that's even cooler. Is I think the biggest problem in the world is procrastination. If you got done the things that you actually wanted to get done, and that you could do, you just don't feel like doing it, then your life would be completely different. The world would be a different place. Everything would be so much better, on and on. So procrastination is one of the biggest problems. And it's the thing that makes you feel bad, too. So if you felt better because you weren't procrastinating, then wouldn't that be nice as well? And I realized a little trick. There's all kinds of reasons to procrastinate. One of them is you're not clear on what you really need to do. One is you don't like the goal. There doesn't seem to be a goal, or the goal doesn't align with your own morals. Let's say you're majorly against war, and one of your tasks is to write a paper about war. You're going to put it off because you're not really that into it. You're going to find something else better to do. So we have all that. Anyway, what I tried was when there's a task that you need to do, but you don't want to do it. So procrastination is willfully not doing something. It's knowing you need to do something, and it's the thing you need to be doing right now, and then doing something else instead, which makes you miserable, by the way. But we do it. One of the strategies you can use is say, okay, I'm going to do this thing, but I'm going to do it as slowly as I possibly can. And what I've noticed is three really interesting things. We'll see by the end of this if I remember all three. One is that I'm gonna change lanes here. One is that it gives you a sense of control over the thing. That's one of the really interesting things. Is one reason we procrastinate and we don't do the thing we need to be doing is because we're not really with it. It's something that we don't really like doing, but if it's something that's you have ownership over, that you have more control of, it gives you confidence, it gives you ownership, and then you can do it your way. Well, if you do it as slow as you possibly can, then you're doing it your way, right? So it gives you a sense of control. Let me give you an example. I had to put on my work calendar that I'm taking off for some time this summer. And I've been putting it off, and I really need to put it on my work calendar, but I keep finding things that are more important. But this thing is on my list, and it's just annoying, and I need to go do it. And so I thought, I'm going to do it as slow as I possibly can. And then immediately I noticed that I'm doing, now I'm engaged. I actually want to do it. I want to see what happens when I do it as slow as I possibly can. The second thing I noticed is the same rule of thumb that happens when running.
So this is how it gets tied back into triathlon. And open water swimming is that doing something as slow as you possibly can is still infinitely faster than not doing it at all. And this goes back to my point of standing still. So let's say when you're trail running, swimming, everything in a race, Rob Gray was talking about you fuel less often on open water swimming because when you do open water swimming, you've got to stop to fuel. We're talking like big marathon swims. And going nowhere is 0 miles per hour, and you will stay there forever. Even going 1 mile per hour is infinitely faster than going 0 miles per hour, right? That's why when you go through an aid station, you walk, right? You don't stand there. You don't sit down because now you're going 0 miles per hour. If you multiply 0 miles per hour times 1,000 hours, you still have gone nowhere. So, but if you multiply 1 mile per hour times 1,000 hours, you've gone 1,000 miles, right? So what you want to do is, if you get even if you're doing something as slow as you possibly can, then you're still making progress on the thing. And then you might even finish it, right? And then the third thing I've noticed, and this is the really crazy thing, is just a few minutes into doing whatever it is as slowly as I possibly can, I've forgotten about doing it as slow as I possibly can. I've totally started doing it at a normal speed, just doing it. And that is the craziest thing, is I finished putting this thing, and see, that's the problem. That's what leads to procrastination, is I got to go look up when this thing is on the dates it's actually supposed to go on the calendar. I got to figure out a timesheet code to go with it, right? So there's all these little pieces, and then you're kind of like, oh, man, right? And those are kind of like hidden. You don't really think about those, and that's what's slowing you down, is deep down inside it's more complicated, and there's chances to screw it up, and that's why you put it off, actually, and in some cases. Anyway, so I noticed just a minute or two at most into putting this thing on my calendar at work. I gotta go look at 2 different calendars. Blah, blah, blah. That I'm no longer like trying to see how slow I can do it. I'm just doing it. And when I was all done, I was like, oh, it's done. And I've done this several times now, and it's really fascinating. Now you go back to the Zen part, and the Zen part is when you do something as slow as you possibly can. This is why the Japanese tea ceremony is supposed to be really, really, really long, because it's not about the tea. It's about the ceremony. It's about because all it is just a simple cup of tea. That's it. But you go to school and learn how to do Japanese tea ceremony, because it's very procedural. But anyway, you get lost in the procedure, and then it's how you do it, not what you do, right? That gets you all into it, and it ends up being the fun of everything. And then on top of that, life is in the details, right? It's not really the car that you drive. It's the details about the car. It's that it's got leather trim, and that it's got a pinstripe down the side, and that it's got Bluetooth and adaptive cruise control. Those are all just little details, but those are the things that you actually enjoy. You don't notice the big goals, right? This is an engine that you sit on top of that propels you all the way across town. I mean, that is amazing. Absolutely amazing, right? But when somebody asks you how your drive was into work, you don't go, man, it was crazy. Gasoline went into this engine and it fired up, and The next thing I know, I'm I'm rocketing down the highway at 60 miles an hour, and all this just incredible with how it's going. No, because that happens every day, and that happens to everybody. The interesting thing is the detail of when you were driving down the road, that there's a new bike lane painted, and then you saw this little accident over here, and you saw this and you saw that, and I'm trying to think of something. Your air conditioner was running a little bit wonky. You know, it's all the details that make everything nice. So anyway, your moment of zen is to practice doing things when you feel like procrastinating on something. Practice doing it as slowly as you possibly can, and then notice that that's really all it takes, and then you get into it. I'd really like to get to the point of where I can practice doing something as slowly as I possibly can, and I enjoy that part of it. Right now, it's still flying by, which was kind of unexpected. So I'm not really sure what to do with all that, but maybe next episode we'll talk about that some more. All right, out, bang. All right, let's take a break and mention Amrita bars. Oh, I just had one. Where is it? Where's the wrapper? It was the chocolate maca attack. Let's see, let me go get it right here. Because they have regular energy bars, and then they have their recovery energy bars. Here it is. Oh, Amrita, plant-based nutrition, chocolate maca, 15 grams of protein in one bar. How about that? I have the high protein ones after I swim. Oh man, it's such good stuff. They have all different kinds of flavors. They are I wouldn't say non-allergenic, because that's like that's not the right wording. Hypoallergenic. There's no nuts. They use seeds instead for the protein. So if you have a nut allergy, there's no worries there. They are vegan friendly, and no animal products used inside. Gluten-free, dairy-free, peanut-free, soy-free. Long time sponsor of the show. Kai was in a soccer game today, drinking out of an Amrita water bottle. Speaking of the other stuff they make, they have all kinds of cool gear, and he scored 2 goals. Now, if you eat Amrita bars, will you score 2 goals in life? Probably. You never know. Got to find out, and you can find out by going to amritahealthfoods.com and using discount code ZEN2016. That's discount code ZEN2016. It's actually a really cool fuel for long rides because it's super easy to digest. And also, here's another thing. They don't freeze. A lot of bars, the competition, uses stuff that will actually freeze when it gets cold. As we head into winter, Amrita bars stay soft. You can open one up and plow through it nice and chewy, and they're date-based. It's really cool. The way I eat Amrita bars when I'm biking along is I open one up, or I'll maybe pre-open one before I get going on the bike. But anyway, I take a bite out of it, like maybe a quarter or a third of the bar in one bite, and then I fold the end of the wrapper back over the rest of the bar, and then I put it on my quad. I stuff it up the front of my bike shorts from the knee side, kind of push it up in there, and it stays flat with my quad right here, right there. And then 20 minutes later, 30 minutes later, I just grab it, pull it back out, push the bar forward in the wrapper, boom, another bite, and it keeps your stomach feeling so good, super smooth, super nice. There's cardamom in it, which actually soothes the stomach. So, all right, that's it for Amrita bars. Thank you so much for being a sponsor. Show them some love. Again, discount code 2016, ZEN2016 at amritahealthfoods.com. And also they have, like I said, a big store with all kinds of cool gear, shirts, jerseys, water bottles, fun stuff like that. Go check them out. All right, back to the episode.
All right, I'm running on a country road, sort of. Country road, take me home. At the time. I know the lyrics. Okay. Been having a really, really interesting day. It started off. Let's see. People are texting me on my Sunto Spartan Ultra. But the goal today was to increase my long ride on my bike. We're going to talk about ketosis, so stay tuned. This gets good. Increase my long ride on my bike. My last ride was 3 hours. This is not new territory for me. When I'm trying to increase distance and get in a long ride, what works really nice, and when I coach people, what also works really nice is adding like 5-10 minutes on the run, adding 15 minutes on the bike, maybe more, kind of depends. So I was on the trainer. My record on the trainer is 5 hours on rollers, only stopping to pee. Rollers are nuts. So I think my longest bike ride, 172 miles at 19 miles per hour. Whew, that was a long day. That was a wonderful day though. Got really into the zone. But I was near the birds. My whole point is increasing the long bike ride. I've done lots of long bike rides. But if you've fallen off the long bike ride habit and getting back into it, you don't want to overdo it. Your body doesn't know what your brain thinks it does. And you just add a little bit here, a little bit there. And then you'll find every weekend, let's say you go out for your long ride, you can add just a little bit more. Dude, 15 minutes at a time in a month, you've gone from 3 hours to 4 hours, and it's very sustainable, for example. And Zwift has added, I was riding around on Zwift, it was pouring rain this morning, so I didn't really want to ride outside, and it's just kind me at the house. I posted a solid video of heavy metal pizza making last night on Instagram, ZenTri, and let me switch sides of the road so I balance out the wear and tear. And so I decided, 3+ hours. My goal was 3.5. Look, 3.5. There was my alert. Time to take a sip of fuel every 5 minutes. Got fuel in one bottle, fresh water in the other. That way I can rinse it off my teeth. And keep them separate. Fuel starts making me sick, I can just skip it, just drink fresh water. Learn that from Jesse Stinsland and other people. That's what the pros do. Anyway, so I'm riding around Zwift, and not only have they added a volcano, which I think I might have talked about before, which is cool because you ride through the cone of the volcano, through lava, inside, which is awesome. But they've added a climb that takes about 10 minutes or so. Here comes a big diesel truck. This is Texas. All right. Four-wheel drive F350 with mud tires, and that'll be somebody's daily driver. Global warming's not a problem at all. Oh my God. Anyway, so I rode at 3 hours. I was riding all over the place. There's hill climbs, mountain climbs, volcano climbs, big flat areas, downhills. And what makes it so much better than riding the trainer regular is if it's downhill in the video game, Zwift is a video game, then you can coast. So there's this saying, you know, because you never stop pedaling, you know, an hour on the trainer is like an hour and 15 minutes, hour and a half on the open road. I don't know what the ratio is. It kind of depends how hilly it is where you live. Well, with Zwift, a 3-hour trainer ride is like riding 3 hours on the open road. And it calculates all that stuff too. It's really cool. I love it, man. And I especially love it because I got 3 hours in and I wasn't really bored yet. I'm about to give you some tricks. I'm gonna run on the grass a little bit here. See if I can twist my ankle, fall down, break my arm again. Oh, a breeze. So, I'm ooh, that was ugly. Didn't want to trip over that. Oh, that breeze feels good. Running with a tailwind. If the tailwind's not fast enough, you overheat. Because then it's like no wind. So it just picked up and pulled me off a little bit. So I'm running along, I'm biking along, realizing I haven't gotten bored. Oh, we got people. Hold on, we're gonna pause. I'm still here. Still here. All right, let's get back on it. And now what did happen is 3 hours and about 3 hours and 18 minutes. Remember, I'm really close to my goal. My goal is 3 hours and 30 minutes. But I still had a little bit of time to go. And all of a sudden, bam, bam, cramps in my quads. Now, cramps in your quads, cycling, means you're not ready yet. And I've been upping my run mileage. If you got your electrolytes all in balance, there's my alarm. Let's take a sip of fuel. Just a taste. VinnyTortorich.com. I guess. Anyway, here comes the diesel truck. Same one? Same one. This is a good country run. We got one car every 10 minutes. Every 5 minutes, and it's the same car. So, your quads go out, bam, bam. You know what? You have reached, and I just pedal along easy. You have reached your current level of fitness. That is it. And if you've reached it, I mean, that's the end. Any more is not going to be good for you. So I said, it was a tough choice, but I made the choice. I go, I'm done. So I went to 3 hours and 20 minutes. Called it even there. That was it. So big plug to Zwift and all that. And stopping, cool thing about a trainer is you can stop when you want. Oh, I had a flat tire an hour in. I have latex tubes with sealant on Grand Prix 4000S. So my bike is set up for racing fast. That's like the fastest. It's like a mile per hour difference. All that. And it's all old though. And I think the latex tube just quit. He goes, I'm done. F this. Out. Drop the mic. So I'm riding the trainer, right? And all of a sudden it goes, psst, and then the wheel started slipping a little bit. And I think there's a little bit of sealant in the tube, but good sealant is made out of latex as well, and it actually dries out. I'm using stands, and it dries out. So I was pissed, right? Because a trainer ride, you shouldn't be having flats on a trainer ride, right? That's the whole point. It's easier, more controllable situation. So anyway, I was like, well, if I am going to change a tube, inside with a chair and the air conditioning is definitely not a bad place to be. So let's look at the upside. So I did, and I decided, I had some more latex tubes, but I decided to put a butyl tube in it because I'm just tired of dealing with latex right now. They leak air very slowly. They're the slightest bit permeable to the nitrogen in the air, I think. Or no, the carbon dioxide, the oxygen. Whatever the smaller particle is, it leaks out. So you're always having to top them off. Always. It's really lame. Let me get off the road here. Here comes a car. I'm getting closer to a busier street. I can hear some more car sounds. But anyway, pulled the latex tube out. It was all hardish and gummy inside. I can't even believe it was holding air at all. It was all funky. Latex had dried out in it from last year. Put a butyl in it, and then I used this new stuff called Orange Seal, I think. It's really highly rated. I'm running on the shoulder now. A bunch of cars. Don't be afraid. Have no fear. Have no fear. You look weird. It's okay. It's okay. At least you're being healthy. Anyway, I use this Orange Seal stuff because it's supposed to be better. It doesn't dry out as soon. Like it takes a couple more months or something like that. And then there's this whole thing about adding glitter to your sealant, supposedly. We'll hold the bigger holes, and somebody tested it and it actually does work. I didn't do that this time. I didn't have any glitter. I'm not into being a stripper, so I don't have any glitter around. Or I'm also not a 8-year-old. Kai might have some glitter somewhere that's left over from an art project. Ooh, let's take another sip of fuel. Okay, so the past few days I've been trying to get into ketosis, which is frustrating. I just peeing on the ketosis sticks. And one thing I remembered or realized was ketosis sticks are terrible for really seeing if you're in ketosis, because what they do is they show ketones ketosis is where you're not burning carbs, you're burning body fat. I know there's way more to it than that, but man, I'm jogging slow on purpose. If it's in your urine, that means it's ketones that you're not using. So I noticed, I was like, man, I'm pretty sure I'm in ketosis. Because I've done it before, like a year ago. Or, I don't know, maybe a couple times. And like I'd go for a run and think I'd be definitely, because I burned off all my carbs, definitely in ketosis. And then the color would be less. And I'm like, man, I've hardly eaten any carbs. And a while ago, the ketosis stick turns more and more purplish when you pee on it. Reusable. And why is it showing like none? And then I remembered it's showing ketones I got left over, and your ketones, your body uses them as fuel. So if I had some ketones laying around, like in the back of the garage, and then went for a run, I'm using them. So they're gone. And then later again, it started turning darker. I posted a picture on Instagram of the ketone stick being really dark-ish, medium dark. So there was all that. And yesterday I did a bike ride in the morning, like an hour. We had busy stuff going on. Kai had 2 soccer games. And then I did a run in the afternoon. And then later in the day, that evening, man, I was a carbaholic. I was like, holy shit, I need to eat some carbs. Whatever I'm doing is not good. So anyway, I got overate a little bit. But I was pretty low. And again, I'm kind of like the measuring method isn't all that great. And I've been high fat for a long time now, many months. So my body knows how to burn fat. So then I was out on I was doing my bike ride on Zwift. And I wasn't hungry this morning. So I just had coffee with full creamer, heavy cream, and a couple cups of that. I think that was it, and I was fine. So I'm on the bike doing, I'm fueling with about 100 calories of maltodextrin powder, which is really fast acting, and then about 100 calories of maple syrup added to that, which is a little bit less fast acting, and then some coconut milk with a theory that fat will slow it down. The whole what is that thing? The whole bulletproof coffee is, half of it is that the fat in the coffee will absorb the caffeine, and it takes a longer for the caffeine to hit you. It stretches it out, and I think that's true. I think I can tell. And I don't do what people do in bulletproof coffee. I put in 6 sticks of butter, or dip a stick of butter in coffee, and then eat that, lick it. I just do like a slice of butter too. But anyway, what was my point? I had a point. I can see my house. That's cool. Oh man, now it's getting all windy. Sorry about that. Let me do this. Is that better? So maybe about 50 calories from coconut milk mixed in. So that's 250 calories an hour, with 50 of those calories being fat to slow down the maltodextrin powder. I was doing okay. It was all right. But I was listening to several podcasts, Keith and the Girl, BBC News, and then there's another one, I can't remember what it is now, but the Keto, let me see if I can find it. Oh, I need to walk this hill anyway so I don't hurt myself, or my plantar fasciitis. I'm training myself to walk more when it goes uphill to help preserve my feet. And come on, press home to unlock. Oh my God, there you go. Let me look up the name of this podcast. I know, it's beautiful podcasting. Hear those birds? Listen to them. They love you, want to be your friend. What is it? The Keto Diet Podcast, which is hosted by this chick who is really cool, but she's got this giant sunflower tattoo on her chest. And it's kind of crazy. That's how you know it's the right podcast. Anyway, and I like listening to podcasts with female hosts. Sorry about that. But I'm at the top of the hill. I'm going to start running in here in a second. And because her voice is relaxing and calming. And guys tend to be like real aggressive and you got to do this. You got to do the Art of Charm podcast. The way people, oh my gosh, one thing I hate when I listen to podcast interviews is when Tim Ferriss started doing this. It's so freaking annoying. Is they'll ask the guest a question. So, what was your most traumatic experience in life? I mean, that's like a pretty deep question, right? Oh, there's another podcast. The one you feed is another one. It's kind of a zen-y podcast. And my watch just went into autopause. And they'll say, and the guest will go on about something that's, they're getting kind of, they're having to reach back and be like, tell the truth about something that was not cool. And the host, instead of saying, oh, wow, that's rough, instead of sympathizing with them, empathizing and sympathizing, the host, this is an interview technique, which makes you seem like a good interviewer, like you're strong and you got great questions. But man, it's annoying. You're not interviewing people for a debate for the presidency, So they go instead of going, being sympathetic and whatever, they go right to the next question. If you were to change careers, what career would you be in? Right? There's no like back and forth. It's just forth. And guy hosts tend to do that, to try to be aggressive. And you're not developing a relationship with the guest. And Rich Roll, for example, is the person, he'll ask the question and then the person will answer and then he'll respond back that he got their point and that, oh, okay, that's interesting. It's nice back and forth. So, anyway, long story. Nice story, bro. The Keto podcast is, they had this host on, or they had this guest on, and the guest was really annoying because it was all, I do this, and I do that, and me, I'm sorry, but I'm just energetic, And that was a woman, by the way. It was pretty funny. But I've seen her video, so I knew exactly who it was whenever she started talking. I was like, I bet you I know who that is. I looked up her name on my laptop right next to my bike while I'm running, or biking. And but the guest said something interesting. She's super fit, super athletic, and looks good. And she used to be a professional skateboarder. So If you're looking for her, it's a black chick named Stephanie Person. Anyway, running downhill now. I'm jogging past the back of my house. There it goes. What happened? She said that ketosis, you have to go slow for your body to be absorbing, for your enzymes, your mitochondria, to start digesting fat, to be able to use the fat. And I found that so interesting because one of the very first things I did to get faster, when I got professionally coached, the coach says, go slower. Now this was in 2006, so before keto stuff got big and popular. Hold on, I'll be right back. Oh wait, no, I'll stay. This was in 2006, before keto got all popular. I'll talk to you all in there. I've been running an hour. Oh, there's a kid down the street screaming. And it's the whole thing about get your heart rate down, right? You got to get your heart rate down in the zone 2. And the logic back then was they never really mentioned, from what I can recall, that it helps you burn body fat better. It just made you more efficient, and they kind of left it at that, because I don't think many people really knew. And what we know now is if you go fast-ish, you need those carbohydrates, and especially if you're a carb burner, it's too fast and it's too stressful. Oh yeah, that was the thing. It's stressful, so you start running on, this is really important, people. I know I've been blabbing on about a bunch of bull crap, but this is where it gets good. It's the whole point of the podcast right here. Going faster than you're easy creates stress. Stress creates cortisol and adrenal. It wears out. You have to use your adrenal glands to power that. That's why you can go fast when you take like caffeine. And the stress of going faster turns off fat burning and makes you carb dependent. And when that happens, you can't practice. Training your mitochondria to burn fat instead. And I was like, oh, yeah. I started connecting the dots. And then she went on to say, you can tell when somebody's stressed out because they crave carbs, they have a fat tire around their belly, they're carrying extra body fat, and it's from the stress. You do all that together because they're stressed. They're not burning fat, they're burning carbs, so they need to eat more carbs. So they eat carbs, which turns off the fat burning, which causes more stress, right? So that's why it's important. That's why you get so good at long distance sports by going slow to build that engine. It's really millions of little engines in you that can now use that extra body source of fat. And I remember reading somewhere, it was more than just one person's theory, it was a lot of people's theory, that people that are, say there's 10 people in your neighborhood that run, your little neighborhood that run, and some of you are just naturally faster than the others. Maybe half of that is mechanics, and the other half is how fat metabolizing ready they are. So when they go, they have a whole lot more available energy to use. So I was using that. I was thinking about that the last, hour on the bike. I was like, man, it is totally fine to slow down and go easy. And just, go really, really easy. And then also running. I was running the other day, a few days ago, and the next day my feet hurt. And I noticed I was trying to go a little bit faster, but I wasn't really trying. I just noticed I was paying attention to my speed, my minute mile pace. And that's a mistake. You should not be doing that. And I was like, I bet you that's why my feet hurt, because I can re-injure my feet if I go too hard. And so yesterday and today, just now, running, that's one of the reasons I recorded while I was running, was to slow me down and just jog. And then that gives your body, if you're trying to do the higher fat burning, go slow. And that allows your body to, that allows your mitochondria to see the body fat, to even use it in the first place, because it reduces stress. It's just lower stress, and you just go easy. And boom, that's what you got. All right, I'm back at the house. Talk to y'all later. Out, Bing. All right, we are leaving the pool. Let's go ahead and wrap up the show. Got a few things to tell you. One, I forgot my towel, even though before I left, I go, don't forget your towel. And so I had to use a North Face fleece jacket as my towel. They're like, I go, how much does it cost to rent a towel? And they go, well, we don't rent them. You can buy them for like $3 or something. And I'm like, I'll figure it out. And I had a North Face fleece jacket and a pair, I kid you not, of old underwear, which, did I use it or not? I think I refrained from using that. And 2 shirts. Emily just texted me something. And, somebody in front of me's got their little Spartan sticker on the back. That's kind of cool. And I wasn't feeling it this morning. We ran out of coconut milk, so I used real milk on some heavy-duty cereal that's real healthy this morning before I left the house, and some UCAN after that. But the real milk started going sour in my stomach from going hard, and instead of the coconut milk that I'm used to. So I had to, I think it was 18 minutes in, I backed off the pace before I puked. I go, am I going to puke? And so I backed off the pace and then went into, I go, what would make this interesting from here on out? And bilateral. I decided to do bilateral for the rest of the hour. And bilateral, if you don't do it all the time, is technique-wise, it's a little bit difficult. And I had something in my mind that was kind of fun. If you're a half-decent cyclist, you can ride no hands. And then it's kind of fun to see how long you can go with no hands before you have to touch the handlebars to correct yourself and not die. And I like doing that. It's kind of fun. Not on a tri-bike. The geometry on a tri-bike has you on the seat so far forward that riding no hands is a little bit twitchy. It's not quite as fun. I'm eating an Amrita bar right here. Amrita chocolate maca, 15 grams of protein recovery bar. Oh, Emily got in some yoga this morning. That's what she's texting me. So I'm going to eat while I talk on the podcast, and y'all are just going to have to deal with it because I'm freaking dying and I need to eat. Oh, man. Okay. I got some water in my Yeti cup. Cold water to cool down. Oh my God, I needed that. I love chocolate. So anyway, bilateral swimming, you can pretend in your mind, associate it with, reframe your swim to be like you're riding
bike with no riding bike with no hands? And how long can you go bilateral before you have to go, crap, I got to breathe 2 times on the same side. You got to go to single-sided breathing just because you came off the wall and lost too much oxygen during the turn or something like that. It's kind of fun. So I'd be swimming along doing just fine for quite a while, a few minutes, and then without thinking, hey, there's the bluebonnets. Look at that, bluebonnets are out. I posted a picture of some flowers yesterday when I was out running, and somebody said, we need bluebonnets. They're probably from Texas and not in Texas anymore and miss their bluebonnets. They're real pretty. And anyway, I posted a picture of it, sorry. Squirrel moment. Squirrel! How many people with ADD does it take to change a light bulb? Want to go ride bikes? Bikes are the cure for ADD. That would make a good t-shirt. It's got, it says the cure for ADD, and then it's got a pill on it, but on the pill is stamped a bicycle. Maybe a unicycle. So anyway, I was, there was a kid riding home from school the other day with a unicycle. And I'm like, way to ensure that you will not have a date for prom. But pretty freaking cool. As an adult, I'm like, dude, that's pretty badass. As a former teenager, I'm like, oh man. But I liked it. 80s movie, Real Genius with Val Kilmer. The movie where they are messing with lasers and stuff, and it shows that nerds can be really cool. One of the first movies. It's kind of like Weird Science, but way more sciencey. And Kai and Emily had never seen it, so I showed it to them last night. It's one of my favorite movies. I wanted to be just like Val Kilmer when in that movie, because he was cool and smart and sassy Molassy. Smart while being good looking and in shape. And I'm like, okay, somehow he's doing that. How can I do that? Okay, I survived the swim and toweling off myself with leftover laundry, which was both gross but necessary. It's always adapt and overcome, which is the motto of the U.S. Marine Corps, one of the many mottos. And actually, I think it's a little bit longer than that, but it's when you condense it down, is adapt and overcome, which is an awesome motto. It means don't stop, just change the way you're doing it until you get there. And that is a thinking man's motto. It means it's up to you to figure out how to get there. And that's actually from military science, which is a thing. That's a command structure for thinking people. It's thinking soldiers, for officers. Officers are allowed to, they're just told the goal and some minor details, and then they have to get there. And it's take that hill. Well, somebody without critical thinking would say, how? It's like, I don't care how. But an officer would say, and a Marine would say, okay, what equipment do I have available? And then they'd say, well, you got this, that, and the other. And then they'd say, all right, where are the friendlies, so I make sure I don't kill people that are the good guys. And they'd be like, oh, they're over here and over here. And he's like, okay, I'm planning on taking out this bridge and that, and bombing that runway over there. Is that a bad idea? And then they'd go, don't take out that bridge, but yeah, you can take out that runway. It's like, all right, let's go. Adapt and overcome. So when you forget your towel and go swimming, don't quit. Look through your car for stuff that will absorb water and take that in with you, and don't be embarrassed. And when you're drying yourself off with underwear that looks like it has Angry Birds on it that your wife bought for you. I mean, who cares, right? The fact is you got it in your workout. And then on top of that. Oh, I got a swim stretch for you. Well, doing that bilateral was fun. They made the swim interesting. So I adapted and overcame, right? I didn't quit my swim because I felt like I was going to puke. I just changed what it was about and then got it done and felt like I did something. Swim stretch. Lay flat on your back. Put your arms up over your head like an arrow, like you're pushing off the wall, and your hands should be together. Elbows locked straight as you can. Lay on your back, and then try to lay flat on the ground. You'll notice that you probably can't get the tops of your hands to lay flat on the ground behind you. It's nice if you lay on something padded like carpet or a yoga mat. Anyway, you'll feel it pulling in your lats, that's under your arms, and in your triceps, and in other places, and your shoulder joints will be tight. When you relax, you should be doing that. Lay on your back like that, and that'll get you flatter and flatter and flatter and more straight. So every time you swim, you'll swim a little bit faster because drag of trying to swim through the water as a curved shape because you can't straighten your body out. On the back, your entire back should be flat on the ground. And you're like, this is impossible. No, it's just choosing your habits and making a habit out of, say, when you meditate, to meditate like that. Maybe they call it the swimmer's meditation, right? Aquatic meditation is to lay on your back and with the arms up over your head like you're pushing off from a wall, and you're doing two things at once, which is the state of most happiness for the human brain. All right, last thing is I was on my way to the pool this morning and then realized I was almost out of gas. And I thought, oh, this sucks. What a waste of time. I got to stop and get gas for my car instead of swimming. And I thought about it. And, of course, I think this all the time. Of course, it's not a waste of time. You got to put gas in your car, right? That's productive. Don't look at it like a negative thing. You're only looking at it like a negative thing, like because it's interfering with something else you wanted to do. And then I thought, one way to make stuff that you don't really want to do but needs to be done feel more productive is document it. Then you feel like you're crossing off something on a checkoff list, on a to-do list that makes you feel more positive about it. Kind of changes your attitude about things. And in Todoist.com, which is my productivity to-do list maker thing. I used to use Nosby, but I'm big on Todoist now because it allows you to do projects. And speaking of which, I have a project called Nissan Xterra, and in there I keep the details about my car. And when I get off the mic here, I'm going to put in Todoist that I filled up my car with gas. And you're kind of like, well, that's stupid. You do that all the time, right? It's like, well, yeah, but one, to make myself feel better about having to stop and cut into my swim time, I'm putting it, in there. And then two, you never know when you're going to go, man, how long was it since the last time I filled up my car? You don't know. At some point, that'll be useful, right? And the last thing is I got to get into work and get the dorm fridge that I've got defrosting that I keep in my office to keep all my healthy food. I got a dorm fridge. Well, the ice box in it got out of control. There's a big block of ice in it, and so I put it in the bathrooms at work this weekend on Saturday. And now I gotta go get it out before somebody goes and uses that bathroom. And I goes, what in the F is going on around here? Why is it Brett's dorm fridge in there? And before a maintenance guy goes and removes it, most likely it's fine. I've done it before. And I got to set up a time for Jocelyn McCauley to be on the show because she won Ironman New Zealand, and I am super stoked about that, a College Station native. And I read on the news that she won, and I thought back about how she came to my house and ran with me a couple of years ago after I did my self-supported Ultraman, without me asking her to. She came and did that, like building community kind of thing, which is super, super cool. And we ran a 10-minute mile for like 3 miles because my feet hurt. And she was like, I was really sore. And she said, oh, that's fine. We can run that fast. And, and then it turns out she's a pro triathlete that probably ran a 6.5-minute mile. She came from behind and won the whole freaking thing, which means she's a hell of a runner. And then she's kept in touch, and so she's a really, really good person. And she won, I think she won Ironman Mallorca as well. And this is just super cool. So I tweeted, hey, friend of ZenTri, because I try to make friends with the people that are on the show. The whole thing I was talking about, building a community and being nice, and everything's relaxed. We're just chill. And I don't want you on the show unless you're somebody I'm really interested in and would want to be your friend, man. And like Scott Sambucci, at one point during the interview, he goes, yeah, man, cool dude, or something like surfer talk a little bit. And I was like, oh, awesome, man. I could totally hang out with this guy. But then Jocelyn said, I tweeted about her and dropped her name in the tweet. And she said, thanks, Brett. Would love to come on the podcast to talk about it, about her win. And I was like, oh, man, because I was gonna ask her anyway. But I was also like, holy cow, she wants to talk about it on the podcast. And that'll be super, super cool because we can talk to her about fueling and about balancing training load and about pacing. Coming from behind for the win is all about pacing. I think she was on swim team growing up, so she could have gone faster in the swim. She finished the swim, like 5 minutes back off the leaders, but then they blew up, right? I think they did. She passed them. And then I guess she's still using it, a real interesting fuel choice, a brand that not too many people have heard of, but it's got some interesting technology in it. So we'll find out more about that. All right, that's it, everybody. Stay safe out there. Work the uphills, cruise the downhills, and keep the rubber side down. Out. I got to go get my fridge out of the bathroom. Ooh, a day in the life.